Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. During the declared emergency in the City of Toronto, Committee of Adjustment virtual public hearings are being conducted by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. These measures are necessary to comply with physical distancing requirements and in-person attendance limitations. This will be a virtual public hearing, and participants who have registered in advance will be able to make their presentations to the committee using WebEx, an online event that is being moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing may do so by watching it on YouTube. Participants who have registered in advance will be connecting either by their computer, a phone or tablet app, or by telephone. All participants are automatically muted on entry. When your item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. Only the committee members are participating by video. Any registered participants will be participating by audio only. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called on to speak. For all those who are waiting online, please ensure that you have called in with the phone number that you were originally registered with. If you call in with a different number, you will not be able to speak on the item. To ensure audio clarity, I suggest that you do not use the speakerphone function on your telephones. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. My name is Alan Smithies, and I will chair today's meeting. Joining us on the panel today are Ron Hunt, Asif Khan, Paul Kidd, and Nadini Sankar Peralta. City staff are also present: Daniel Antonacci, Brendan Clapp, and Kelly Reed. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning bylaw that apply to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. Anyone attending today who wants to receive a copy of the committee's decision must submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address, because Committee of Adjustment and the TLAB will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the committee's decision, it may be appealed to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Local Planning Appeal Tribunal, LPAT. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the committee's decision. The hearing procedure is as follows. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant will proceed with their presentation if desired. If the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak on the item. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into the committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, is given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5-minute limit. When addressing the committee, please state clearly your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters described in the application. The applicant or agent proceeds first and will make their presentation to the committee. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. To ensure that a revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes, the committee may decide to defer an application if it has been substantially revised. Then individuals, either in support or opposed to the application, are invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the previous speakers. This marks the end of discussion on the item. The application is then taken into committee for a decision. I believe that we have minutes to adopt from our previous meeting on the 25th of February 2021. Can I have a motion to adopt those minutes, please? Ms. Sankar?
I motion to adopt the February 25th minutes.
Thank you very much. Someone to second that motion? Mr. Hunt seconds. Although that motion carries. Thank you. Those minutes are confirmed. Do we have any, are there any panel members here this morning who have a conflict of interest they'd like to declare? Mr. Kidd?
Mr. Chair, with regard to item number 3, 106 Courtly Boulevard, I'm acquainted with the agent.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kidd. Anyone else with any other conflicts? Okay, thank you. I believe there are no files to be closed, so we'll move on to our first item, which is item number 1, 75 Florence Avenue. I have 4 people registered to speak. First is the agent, Babak Gassami. Are you there?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Good morning.
Yes, thank you, sir. I just wanted to ask before you start, I noticed that there are a number of reports from city staff. There's one from Urban Forestry dated the 1st of April. They're recommending refusal of the application due to potential impact on a city-owned spruce tree. There's also a report from city planning dated the 8th of April, 2021, and that report is recommending refusal. There's also a letter from Councillor Filion dated the 15th of April, 2021, and he's recommending adopting planning's recommendation. Sir, in view of those comments, do you want to proceed with your application, or would you like to defer and discuss this matter further with city planning?
Yeah. Mr. Chair, we would like to proceed. We are aware of the letters. Or would like to proceed.
You'd like to proceed? Okay, thank you. Have you had the opportunity to review that material, sir?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, in view of the fact that we have other persons registered to speak, if you'd like to give the committee a presentation on what you see as the merits of your proposal, I'd also focus on the comments that were contained in that city planning report as well.
Yes. So my name is Babak Gassami, agent and designer for this proposal. Our intention is to propose 2 new detached dwellings on this property. This property is located on in the West Lansing neighborhood area, 2nd block from Yonge Street. There has been a lot of developments going over the past few years. The whole area is under a very natural revitalization. New houses are taking place. The older ones, bigger properties, have become have been split into 2 lots in very close to the subject property. And this property is actually located on the second lot from the intersection of Botham and Florence Avenue. It's right next to an existing 25-footer lot. Across the street, there are 3 properties that have already been severed into 25-footers. Behind this property, there are, I think, over 15 example of lots with the same frontage. And there are 2 more future developments right next to this property at number 83 and 79. They are actually in TLAB, but they also propose 2 25-footers. The whole area is undergoing natural development, and we believe this could help for a good revitalization of the neighborhood. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'll just ask the committee, does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go to the next person on our list. I have a Marshall Mednick. Are you there, sir?
Mr. Chair, I've spoken with Mr. Mednick. and he has removed his request to speak to this item.
Thank you, Mr. Clapp.
Ali Farahani is also not present, so perhaps we could move to Tammy Hines.
Thank you, I'll do that. Thank you, Mr. Clapp. Next person on the list is Tammy Hines. Are you there?
I am here, yes.
Yes, thank you, madam. Can I get
Mr.
your
Chair.
name and address, please?
My name is Tammy Hines. I live at 73 Florence Avenue, North York.
Okay, thank you, madam. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application?
Thank you. I understand I have 5 minutes. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. So thank you to the Committee of Adjustment for hearing me today. My name is Tammy Hines, as I mentioned. I live at 73 Florence, next door to the applicant property. My presentation today reflects the information that was in my objection letter. I object to the proposed new development of 75 Florence Avenue by ArcLab as follows. First, the proposed variances are not minor, not desirable for the land, not within the intention of the zoning bylaw, and not in keeping with the city's official plan. It involves 10 variances, including excessive height, length, and front lot frontage that I describe in my submission. Unlike the existing house next door now, built at the same time and virtually a mirror in size and exterior of my 90-year-old home, the proposed house will be a massive overbuild in length and height. This monstrously tall home that would stretch back more than half the length of the lot would leave me about 15 feet of open space and west yard visibility in my backyard. I can virtually say goodbye to any sunshine after about 2 p.m. in the afternoon. My second concern, my home at 73 Florence Avenue was built in 1931 from the Don Valley Brickworks famous red brick that signifies Toronto, as well as a stone and rubble foundation, commonly used materials at the time. Construction of a house 3 feet from my home, as well as any movement or removal of the concrete walkway that connects the two foundations and keeps water away, may cause permanent and irreversible damage to my stone rubble foundation. The builder requested no variance because they plan to use the existing structure to get every inch of space to put up 4 homes where there are now 2. This will mean the excavation and new build would be 1.5 feet from my home, from my stone rubble foundation, which I had to attempt to repair a few years ago because the mortar was crumbling a bit. Should any development ultimately proceed on this lot next door, I respectfully demand that it must be no less than 6 feet away to preserve the integrity of my home's foundation and brick structure. This is also following a precedent set last year, I believe it was, regarding redevelopment of a property 1 block north of me on Points Avenue. I have worked extremely hard as a single parent to maintain my home, one of the original in West Lansing, and one that 300 kids visit every Halloween. We need to preserve character homes by default, not make homeowners fight to preserve their structure. My third concern, and one shared by the community, the proposed development will destroy a beautiful, healthy tree that brings character and vibrancy to our community and defines the entrance to our community that is surrounded by nature. This tree provides incredible stature, character, and beauty to the main street and to our neighborhood from Yonge Street. Its removal will damage the character and entirely change the welcoming and green space feeling that 5,000 West Lansing residents experience when they walk or drive into our neighborhood. This tree provides a home to many wildlife that helps sustain a healthy, vibrant, natural environment. Although the developer's artist rendering of the new home shows a mature leafy tree, this leafy, beautiful tree does not exist, and it would take years for one like this to grow. Ironically, the drawing omits a huge, decades-old Norway spruce tree that would be removed to make this artistic rendering a reality. I rely on this decades-old tree in front of 75 Florence to shade my home, in particular the master bedroom and living room, in our hot spring, summer, early fall months. Without that tree, I'd be required to spend thousands more a year for additional air conditioning, adding to our climate problem. Incidentally, the proposed removal of the Norway spruce and other trees between 75 and 79 Florence Avenue will likely lead to an attempt to cover over a natural stream between these two properties and potentially risk costly flooding in our community. Finally, our forestry experts recommend refusal of the application and destruction of the tree. There is absolutely no good reason to kill this beautiful living tree. Thank you to the committee for hearing my objections. I trust that you will hear them as well as those raised by others in our community.
So we'll move them there. Thank you, madam. I'm sorry about that. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mrs. Hines, my question is, when you are saying that the footing excavation of the proposed house is 18 inches or 1.5 away from your footing, and it is lower than your existing footing, is there any encroachment of these footing on the other property?
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking. An encroachment of what on what?
I think what Mr. Khan is trying to get at, madam, is that is there any encroachment of from the proposed house onto your property, from what you've seen on the plans, or is anything encroaching onto your property?
No, but my house won't exist when they dig a giant hole and it falls into the hole.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Does the committee have any further questions of the speaker? Being none, we'll go back to the agent, Mr. Ghassemi. You've heard the comments from Ms. Hines. If you'd like to reply to them, please.
Yes, sir. Sorry, I'm just trying to open this survey for this property. So I totally understand our neighbors' concern about this future development. I have to mention that their property's existing setback to the property line is actually does not comply with the bylaws. Their current house is only 40 centimeter from the property line. The existing house on 75 Florence actually has a 0.3 setback from the property line. Any future development will have to remove that existing foundation and excavate where basically the existing house is going to locate. So that's an inevitable point that is going to happen in any development. In terms of our proposal, we're actually asking for a 1 foot setback beyond what is approved in terms of zoning bylaws, and our variance for building height is actually very minor. We're asking for less than a meter. So I'm not sure whether this proposal will have a huge impact on the neighbor's property.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Ms. Sankar?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. You know, having read the report in detail and hearing the explanations provided by the applicant and as well the person, Ms. Hines, who came up to speak, I'm not convinced that this actually is the prevailing characteristic of the neighborhood. It's not settling with me, and I don't think that the applicant has done a good enough job, despite the chair asking him to address the concerns of what the staff report had said. Even if it's going to be subject to forestry, I don't feel that the variances are minor, that it meets the character. So for those reasons and a combination of a number of these variables, I'm going to motion to refuse this application.
Thank you, Ms. Sankar. Someone to second that motion? Mr. Hunt seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Sir, your application has been refused. Thank you very much, sir. we'll move ahead. We have a request.
Thank you.
We have a request to, due to a family emergency, to move one of the items up on the agenda. That's item number 22, 35 Tottenham Road. So we'll deal with that one next. I have, let me just check here. I have two persons registered to speak. The first is Mr. Graham Barrett. Are you there, sir?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair, committee members.
Yes, Mr. Barrett, thank you. We have one other person registered to speak, so if you'd like to give us a, let me just go through what I have on your application, on file on your application. There is a planning report dated the 7th of April 2021, which appears to indicate that they have no objections, provided that the proposal is developed substantially in accordance with the site plan drawing and side exterior main wall heights as shown on the front, north, and south side elevation drawing attached to their report. There's a letter from Councillor Min Wong, who has no objections to your application. I just wanted to ask her if you had the opportunity to read that material.
Yes, I have.
Okay, thank you, sir. If you'd like to give us a brief presentation on what you see as the merits of your proposal.
Sure, gladly, and thank you very much for bumping this item up to allow me to deal with some family stuff today. I appreciate that a lot. So this proposal was before this committee on September 26th of last year, and it was approved as an addition. During construction, slightly more than 50% of ground floor walls were removed, as they were discovered to be old patchwork and unsuitable for use in the addition renovation process. This resulted in an order to comply and the need to revisit the matter at committee as a new build. So as you mentioned, we do have support from Councillor Denzel Min Wong, which we appreciate. I've also submitted letters of support from 33, 37, and 42 Tottenham. And I personally delivered letters to 7 other nearby homes, informing them of the situation and offering to chat if there were any questions or concerns. But as of today, I haven't heard back from any of them. As I mentioned, I have read the staff report and I appreciate their opinion that this proposal continues to pass the 4 tests. This dwelling will be essentially the same as that which was approved last year. A few very minor changes. I'm happy to go through the list of variances if you'd like. But the owners are understandably eager to complete their home and move in, as this delay has caused them considerable inconvenience. And this matter was also postponed, as were all the other items on today's agenda. So to go through the variants, if you'd like, variants 1 and 2 are the same as they were the first time around. Variance 3 is triggered due to this being a new build rather than an addition. When it was an addition, this variance wasn't required. The minimum front yard setback, I believe it was actually a potential zoning error the first time around at 8.97 meters. It's now 8.69. And part of this is due to new stone cladding being added to the dwelling. And part of it, as I mentioned, is potentially due to a zoning error the first time around. As for the next variance, variance number 5, for the deck, this was previously 8.32 square meters. It's come down a little bit, and that is again due to the result of stone cladding being added to the dwelling. The next variance for the area of the front porch, that has been increased slightly from 4.63 meters squared to 6.92, and I'm told this is because the builders are attempting to use existing foundation and resulting in a slightly larger front porch. The side yard setback variance has changed by 10 centimeters, again due to cladding. The building height is the same, and the final variance for finished first floor height is again triggered due to this being a new build rather than addition. But this home is essentially the same as what was before this committee on September 26th.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Barrett. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go to the next person on our list. I have a Greg Coelho, C-O-E-L-H-O. Are you there, sir? No, you're not there? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Clapp. We have no other speakers. Does the committee have any questions of the applicant? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Ms. Sankar?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I accept the explanations provided by the applicant here today and the supportive letters from, the counselor as well as the neighbors have also supported my decision. That I do believe that this meets the 4 tests, and I will motion to approve this application and make it subject to the April 7th staff report that the proposal be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan drawing and exterior main wall height as shown in the front, north, and south elevations drawing that were attached to the report. And that's my motion.
Thank you, Ms. Sankar. Someone to second that motion? Mr. Hunt seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Mr. Barrett, your application's been unanimously approved. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you for hearing this item
Thank
early in
you.
the agenda.
No
I really
problem.
appreciate it.
Item number 2, 653 Bedford Park Avenue. I have 2 people registered to speak. The agent is a Mr. Mike Goldberg. Are you there, sir? Mr. Goldberg, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Goldberg, or yes. Can I get your full name and address, please?
Michael Goldberg, Goldberg Group, 2098 Avenue Road, Toronto, M5M 4A8.
Yes, thank you, sir. I just wanted to ask, looking at your file, I noticed a number of comments from staff. There are recommended conditions from Urban Forestry. There's a report from Transportation Services dated the 4th of May. They have no objection to your application. There's a Development Engineering report of the 23rd of February. They have no objection, subject to their standard consent conditions. And there's also a report from City Planning dated the 31st of March, which is recommending approval subject to standard conditions and modifying variance number 7 on both your variance requests from 37.2% to 36%, which I believe is the coverage. Just wanted to ask, sir, if you had the opportunity to read that material.
I did, sir, and we have no objection to any of it.
Okay, thank you, sir. We have one other person registered to speak, so if you'd like to give the committee a brief presentation on what you see as the merits of your proposal.
Sure. This is a consent and minor variance application. We engaged early with the planning department to discuss both the consent and minor variance. As you see, the community planning has no objection to the consent application, subject to the conditions which we are fine with. And we did speak about the single issue that community planning had, which was lot coverage. We agreed to revise the drawings in the manner that community planning requested. In other words, to bring it down to 36% so that it is there. I will say that what that does, the way that was achieved is we've narrowed the house moderately. So the side yard setbacks are no longer 0.91. The side yard setbacks are 1.0 meters. So they've grown a little bit as a result of that. And that does affect variance number 1, 3, 4, and of course, number 7. So I would have no objection if you wanted to change the 0.91 in 1, 3, and 4 to 1.0, because that's what the drawings now reflect, and that reflects the 36%.
Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt. Are you proposing to make changes to your application beyond what was recommended by city planning?
I'm not recommending it, but I would have no objection.
Well, no, we're not here to negotiate, sir. If you want to make a change, then just say so.
No, sir. I'm fine. We're fine with what city planning had suggested. We're totally fine with that. So other than that, I did provide a presentation, members of the committee, And maybe if somebody could put that presentation on the,
Okay,
and I won't go through the whole presentation, that is not necessary, but there was a few slides I wanted to bring to your attention.
okay.
This, as that's coming up, I will say that this is a part of the Bedford neighborhood that very much is deep into the dynamic of transitioning from original vintage houses to the replacement houses. The vernacular of a one-car garage with 2 living levels above, an at-grade garage, is a very, very common vernacular in this area. In this immediate area, many of the houses have been rebuilt with a similar vernacular. So I am quite confident, as was community planning, that this would fit very comfortably into the neighborhood. I'm not sure whether the presentation is going to come up. Oh, that's great. Thank you. I need you just to go to figure 7, please.
Pardon me, sir?
Page 7. Great, thank you. So this is the subject site, and you can see there's some rebuilt replacement houses immediately next door. Could you go to the figure 8, please? You can see, again, this is the backyard. There's no tree issues really whatsoever. Those smaller trees that are shown are not proposed to be removed. And you can see that we're surrounded by replacement housing in all directions. Next, please, number 9. This is just looking back, so it's a very modest bungalow. I will say, members of the committee, we're proposing a 9.14 meter frontage. The standard is 12 meters. This is an 18.29 meter lot, so the proposal is actually much closer to the zoning standard than the existing dwelling would be. And then finally, could you go to figure 12, please?
Okay, sir, you've had 30 seconds. Can you summarize?
Yep. This is the vernacular of house that we're proposing. These are the vernacular of housing that exists in the neighborhood. Next, please. And it shows that some of the more narrow frontages are coexisting with the larger frontages in harmony. They're just somewhat more narrow, but the vernacular is very similar. So I'm supportive of what community planning is recommending to you, members of the committee.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee
You're
have
welcome.
any questions of the speaker? There being none. Oh, I'm Ms. Sankar.
Yeah, sir, through you. I would like the applicant to still address again the variance number 7 on the lot coverage of 37.2%, for which staff has recommended refusal for both parts. Can you please speak to that one more time? Thank you.
Just to be clear, what staff are recommending is if we do not recommend the 36%, they're recommending refusal. They are supportive of the application if we go to 36%. And we are saying that we will go to 36%. We're fine with that. But what I could say is, if you could turn up figure 4, please.
I'm sorry, sir.
So this is the site plan. And what I'm going to say, members of the committee, from a lot coverage perspective, first of all, we're doing what community planning are asking us to do. No problem. We're providing somewhat larger side yards at 1.02 meters. We're providing a sufficient rear yard that is fully bylaw compliant. We have a conventional front yard, so you can see where we relate to the houses on either side of us. So there's nothing unconventional about the houses. At the lower end, we're basically the same length of the house adjacent. And on the other side, at the top of the drawing, we're slightly longer because they don't utilize their zoning permissions for building length. But in terms of landscape open space, in the front, in the backyard. It's very conventionally presented.
Okay,
Okay,
sir.
thank you for that. And you did change as well variances 1, 3, and 4 to 1 meter, right?
I'm happy to do that.
Now, hang on a second, sir. Let's be clear here. Variance number 7, are you changing that from currently reads the proposed lot coverage is 37.2% of the lot area for both those variances. Are you proposing to
And we're
change that to
proposing-
36%?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. You're not proposing any other changes to any of the other variances, correct?
If that causes problems, no.
Okay, well, you're not, so the only change you're proposing is the variance number 7.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions of the speaker? And we'll go to the next person on our list. I have Gary Edelstein. Are you there, sir? Yes, Mr. Edelstein, are you there? Mr. Edelstein, are you there? Hello?
Myself, but I'm not able to.
Yes, hello, sir. Can I get your full name and address?
Yes, Gary Edelstein, 656 Bedford Park Avenue.
Okay, thank you, sir. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application?
Sure. So we are the property directly opposite from the property that's going to be developed. And my only question or concern relates to parking, because there will be 2 homes now opposite where there was one before. I wanted to confirm that there is parking in the design of the property, that 2 cars will be can be parked on the new property in front of each of the respective homes. If the homes were to be constructed without off-street parking, that would cause problems for us in terms of the traffic flow in the area and our ability to navigate in and out of our driveway. I had also indicated that we have there is a no parking sign that is 1 house over from us, and I've suggested that no parking sign should be moved west a couple of lots to create some additional on-street parking, recognizing that we're increasing the home density in the area. We're adding another dwelling, so to provide some additional on-street parking for visitors who are visiting those homes.
Okay, you understand, sir, that the applicant has no control over the on-street parking regulations. That's dealt with by the city.
I do. So maybe to just address if the applicant could just confirm that parking is provided for at least 2 vehicles on each of those 2 dwellings properties, that would satisfy my concerns.
Okay, I'll ask him. Thank you, sir. Any further questions? Any questions of the speaker? No, we'll go back to Mr. Goldberg. Mr. Goldberg, are you there? Mr. Goldberg, are you there? Mr. Goldberg, are you there?
Yes, I am now.
Well, Mr. Goldberg, you heard the comments from Mr. Edelstein. It was just whether he wants to confirm that you have space on the proposed properties to park 2 vehicles on site. Is that correct? Looks like you do from your site plan.
Yes, that is correct, sir.
Okay.
We do.
Thank you. I think that was the only issue that Mr. Edelstein have. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Please note that variance number 7 on both applications has been reduced from, the coverage has been reduced from 37.2% to 36% as recommended by city planning. So if I get a motion on this revised application, please. Mr. Kidd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the proposal as amended is appropriate development for this neighborhood. I'd like to put forward a motion to accept the application the consent application subject to the standard conditions for consent set out in the staff report dated March 31st. And the two applications for minor variance, both of their variance items number 7 to be revised to read the proposed lot coverage is to be 36% of the lot area and also subject to forestry condition.
Thank you, Mr. Kidd. Someone to second Mr. Kidd's motion? Mr. Hunt seconds. All those in favor? Opposed? Mr. Khan dissenting. That motion carries. Sir, your revised application has been approved, subject to urban forestry, development engineering, and city planning conditions.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll just take a break for a couple of minutes. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, committee is back in session. We're on item number 3, which is 106 Courtly Boulevard. Mr. Kidd, you have a conflict. I have 2 persons registered to speak. I have Mr. Peter Higgins as the agent. Are you there, sir?
I am, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Higgins. I have one other person registered to speak, so if you could, just before we start, though, I wanted to ask, there was a city planning report dated the 31st of March in connection with your application. They appear to have no objections to what you're proposing. If you could just give us, have you had the opportunity to read that report, sir?
I have, thank you.
Okay, thank you. If you could give us a very brief presentation on what you see as the merits of your proposal, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just very quickly, my clients had built this house a number of years ago. We were before the committee a few months back, and we were denied because of a flat roof issue. We're in this neighborhood. 3 stories is allowed, but 3 stories with a flat roof is not allowed. And that was a unfortunate big mix-up with the zoning examiner. As it turns out, in further review of the permit drawings, the old committee of adjustment drawings, etc., it was determined that a single west-facing dormer was built very slightly too large, and unfortunately, that tiny little bit of extra dormer size resulted in a flat roof that made the entire project determined to be a flat roof. That is no longer the case. The measurements have been redone by the zoning examiner, and we are also proposing to remove entirely the particular dormer. And in doing so, we would have nothing before you except what is here, and that is the 75% FSI. Back at the earlier stages, we had hand-delivered 16 packages and received 7 letters of support from neighbors, including one immediate neighbor. So we had 103, 101, 104, 105, 110, 111, and 219 Lytton Boulevard. Sorry, the first 4 or 5 were on Courtleigh. All this time, the attic has been open and unfinished with no staircase going to it. The plans for my client were always to have their parents come in and stay with them. And since this has happened, my client's father has passed away. And with COVID still looming, they would like to bring their elderly mother into the house to live with them. That's why we provided an elevator that would go from the basement to the potential 3rd floor. I think unless you have more to ask me, what we've done here, and particularly through the notice from the planning department or the staff who have no issue, that this is simply an FSI issue, and at 75%, there are many, many others in the neighborhood, Courtleigh, Lytton Boulevard, Alexandra, which are all within a very short walking distance, that are in the mid to high 70% range, going up into the 80 and 90 range. I'd be happy to list off some of those if you would like. Nothing changes to this house. That was always explained to everyone we spoke to, neighbors, planning department, etc. The house is built. It's been built now. My clients moved in 2018. So nothing changes. It's just the utilization of an empty attic space to allow my client's mother to live with them.
Okay, thank you, sir. So just to confirm that the exterior appearance and dimensions of the building aren't changing as a result of the increase in GFA. The changes are strictly internal. Is that correct?
That's correct, with one proviso that the existing west-facing dormer, in fact, is being removed and replaced by a skylight. So that is a visual change, but it is a change wherein the size of the house is actually looking even smaller.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Ms. Sankar?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Higgins, various properties with, similar FSI have been refused in various other neighborhoods, despite how, needed, the changes within the house were. So I just wanted to hear from you. You said that you could list off different properties within the area that have similar FSI and have done similar things. If you could do that, and also I saw the letters of support. Do you also have something from the side neighbor at 108? Those are my two questions.
Thank you very much. No, 108 is the westerly neighbor who has remained quiet through all of this. That particular neighbor, beg your pardon, just one second. The next door neighbor to the west is, yes, 104 is to the east, 108 is to the west, I beg your pardon. That neighbor raised an awful lot of concern way back in 2016, or before that in the Committee of Adjustment in 2016 in March. That neighbor has stayed quiet and silent through this process, did not comment the last go round a number of months ago when we went to the Committee of Adjustment, and in fact has not commented any further on this latest round. But to go to your question, and we can only think that with the removal of the west-facing dormer, which faces them, they would only see this as being an improvement. In terms of FSIs that are in the 75 and up range, we have 122 Lytton Boulevard at 78.4, 125 Lytton Boulevard at 78.1, 157 Lytton Boulevard at 78.7, 110 Alexandra at 0.78, 107 Alexandra at 0.79. These all had height variances as well. 125 Alexandra at 0.78. 170, 177 Alexandra, both at 0.77. 115 Glencairn at 0.81. 177 Glencairn at 0.73. 180 Rosewell at 0.73. And that's what my list tells me.
Okay, I get the idea. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Does the committee have any further questions of the speaker? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Higgins, sir, would you be kind enough to consider my question very simply? Your floor space index 0.75 is high. How come it is so high? Is it the existing condition that has the same percentage, or did you add something that it become 0.75?
No, we're simply working within the existing framework of the roof. That's why I was able to say that there's no change. No one will see any change, any extra space being shown. The reason, of course, 0.35 is a very, very restrictive zoning bylaw, and virtually everyone on the street is well over 0.6. We were granted 0.63 in an earlier Committee of Adjustment decision, and because of the one neighbor who was giving us a very hard time, the clients wanted to get this house built. They elected not to build the third floor at the time, but they did build a legal attic space and always planned to bring their parents on board. As I said earlier, that's why there's an elevator. And unfortunately,
Mr. Higgins.
Yes, sir.
The house was built in 2018.
The house was built between 2016 and 2018. It was completed in 2018.
With permit or without permit?
I beg your pardon, sir?
With permit or without permit?
Oh, with a full permit. It's just that
Thank you.
they built the attic empty. They didn't have
Thank
anything.
you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions of the speaker? My next speaker is Amber Stewart. Are you there?
I am here, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Can I get your
and-
full
and
name
I-
and can I get your full name and address, please?
Yes, sir. My full name is Amber Stewart, and my business address is 70 Plunkett Road, Unit 6. And I wish to tell you that I'm actually counsel for the owners in respect of the TLAB appeal. And the reason that I have submitted a letter and asked to be permitted to speak just for a minute or two, if I may, is to explain the context of the resolution that we have reached with the city in the TLAB appeal, which is still ongoing. To be able to answer any questions that you have. I did summarize all of this in a letter that I submitted, but I would be pleased to speak to it for just a minute or two if you would permit me to do so.
Okay, madam, can you be clear? Are you in favor or opposed to the application?
Oh, I am in favor, sir. I'm the lawyer for the owners of 106
okay, all
Courtleigh,
right.
the subject property.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker?
Mr. Chair, she was going to give us a 2-minute presentation on what's going on with the TLAB with respect to this. So I'd like to hear that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Madam, if you could give us a brief presentation on what's going on at the TLAB with regards to this application?
Yes, thank you very much. So Mr. Higgins did speak to the earlier application, which was refused, and the circumstances surrounding how those additional variances were triggered. My clients appealed that refusal to the TLAB, and the city elected to be a party in that appeal. So we have actually had settlement discussions with the city and have reached a resolution, which is the resolution that you see reflected in the plans that are before you in this application. And as you've seen reflected in the city staff report that indicates no objection. And so the reason that my clients decided to file this application relates to basically the timeline, their urgency of having Mr. Pathak's mother move in and wanting to sort of get this moving as quickly as possible. So that's why the second application was filed. And what I have discussed with the city's lawyer is that if you see fit to approve this application today, we will be withdrawing the TLAB appeal. So I wanted to ensure that there was no concern with that proceeding being ongoing. It hasn't been heard yet by the TLAB, and it's been adjourned pending the outcome of today's hearing. And if you see the bottom of page 2 of my letter, I have discussed with the city's lawyer 2 conditions of approval, and I'm happy to recommend those to you as being appropriate conditions of approval if you see fit to approve the application. And the first condition relates to the removal of the west-facing dormer and constructing the roof substantially in accordance with the roof plan that has been submitted. The second condition is simply a requirement that the TLAB appeal be withdrawn. And the only other comment that I would add to Mr. Higgins' comments in terms of the west neighbor and the west-facing dormer is that there was actually a window, which obviously would have been a false window looking into attic space in that west-facing dormer. So as a result of removing that dormer through the resolution that's been reached with the city, there won't be any privacy or overlook issues to the west neighbor, because that window obviously would be removed with the west-facing dormer. So I do think that's an improvement from that neighbor's perspective as well if this application goes forward. So that's all I had wanted to tell you, and I'm happy to answer any questions about those discussions if I can be of assistance.
Okay, madam, just to confirm, just to be clear, you're recommending that the committee impose these 2 conditions you have on page 2 of your letter to the committee?
Yes,
Condition
Mr.
1
Chair,
and
that is
2?
our recommendation.
So
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Okay, we have a motion before us to, can I get a motion on this application? Please note that the agent's solicitor is recommending that 2 conditions be attached to this application, which are on page 2 of their letter to the committee dated May 12th. That's condition 1, that the owner shall remove the west-facing dormer and construct the roof substantially in accordance with the roof plan A6 prepared by Peter Higgins Architect dated March 8th, 2021. And condition 2, the owner shall withdraw the appeal to the Toronto Local Appeal Body in case file number 20212838 S4508 TLAB. So we have, if I could get a motion on that, on this application, please. Mr. Hunt?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've listened to all of the speakers, and I believe that I'm prepared to support this application subject to the two conditions that have been outlined by the owner solicitor. Firstly, the owner shall remove the west face dormer and construct the roof substantially in accordance with the roof plan A6 prepared by Peter Higgins Architect dated March 8th, 2021, and that the owner shall withdraw the appeal to the Toronto Local Appeal Body in case file number 20212838 S4508 TLAB.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Someone to second that motion? Ms. Sankar seconds. All those in favor? Opposed? Mr. Khan dissenting. That motion carries. Sir, your application has been approved subject to the two conditions that are described in your solicitor's letter of May 12th, 2021.
Thank you very much for your help.
Thank you.
See you this afternoon.
Thank you. We now deal with items numbers 4, 5, and 6, which are 2710 to 2722 Bayview Avenue, blocks A, B, and C. Mr. Kidd, are you back? Yes, we are. Thank you, sir. I have one person registered to speak on all three applications. That's the agent, Kurt Franklin. Are you there, sir?
Yes, I am, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. I wanted to ask, if you've had the opportunity to review these reports, there's a report dated the 7th of April from City Planning. They have no objections to your application. They indicate that it's consistent with the original approvals. There is a comment from Transportation Services dated the 11th of May. They're recommending a deferral to revised plans as per their comments, and that's with respect to a number of comments that relate to parking stall dimensions. Have you had the opportunity to look at that comment from Transportation Services, sir?
Yes, I have, and I'd like to comment briefly on that, sir. We are also in the middle of a site plan application with the city on this, and the comments from City Transportation are recommending that these be addressed through site plan, so that's already underway. So I do not feel a deferral is necessary. All those issues that are raised by Transportation are being addressed through that process, and it's appropriate, and it's my opinion, we should proceed with the variances.
Yes, thank you very much. That's what I thought you would say. So the Transportation Services comments are being addressed through the site plan approval process.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'll just ask, is there anything you'd like to tell the committee that isn't contained in the material that we have before us this morning?
No, just very briefly, this variances before you are to implement the development that was essentially approved in 2017. Unfortunately, we found when we went to submit our building permits that the bylaws that were approved at the time were incomplete and did not address a lot of the items that you're now seeing before you. So we've had discussions with the local residents group as well. They are aware that we are proposing to build a development that totally conforms to the footprint and the layout of what was approved in 2017. We have a site plan application that is proposing to change the look of the site and the elevations only, not the substance of the development. So what we're doing here today is asking the committee to really correct the mistakes that were made in the two approved bylaws from 2017 so that we can proceed with building what council actually approved back then.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on these three applications, please? Ms. Sankar?
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair. Normally I'm hesitant to move forward with a comment from transportation, but it is publicly being aired that the transportation concerns will be addressed through the site plan evaluation, and hearing that the applicant is also working with neighborhood associations, and this is being publicly recorded as well. I'm on the side of making a motion to approve this application, and I will make it subject to transportation. How would I say that? It's no particular objection from transportation, but am I allowed to just say it's subject to transportation approval?
Okay. Can I have someone to second Ms. Sankar's motion? Mr. Kidd seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Sir, your application's been unanimously approved, subject to your satisfying the concerns of transportation services.
Many thanks, everybody. We look forward to working with staff through the site plan process.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Item number 7, 108 Norton Avenue. I have 3 people registered to speak. I have the agent, Mr. Bill Ross. Are you there, sir?
Mr. Chair, it would only be Bill Ross speaking to this application. My understanding that one deputant is the owner. The other deputant was looking simply for a notice of decision.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Clapp. I have Mr. Ross. You're the agent? Are you there, sir?
Yes, I am.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ross. I just wanted to indicate that we have no recommended comments, conditions from staff, or any comments from staff in that regard. Is there anything, I think what you're asking for in the application is pretty clear to the committee in the 6 variances you have before us. I'm just going to ask, is there anything you'd like to tell the committee that isn't in the material that's been filed before us this morning?
No, I don't have anything to change.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Hunt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Having read the documentation and noting in particular that there are no department comments or concerns, I would move approval of this application.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Someone to second that motion? Ms. Sankar seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Sir, your application's been unanimously approved without condition. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Item number 8, 136 Headington Avenue. I have 8 people registered to speak. And I have the agent, Ty Ryuk. I'm probably, it's R-Y-U-C-K. I'm sure I've pronounced that incorrectly. Are you there?
Yes, sir. It's Tay Rook, the planner for the owners of the property of 136 Headington Avenue.
Okay, thank you, sir. I just wanted to ask, we have a couple of staff reports in connection with your application. There's recommended conditions from urban forestry. There's also a city planning report dated 31st of March. They appear to have no objection, provided the property is developed according to the south and north side elevations as illustrated in attachments 1 and 2 of their report. So have you had the opportunity to review that material, sir?
I have, and we have no issues with those conditions.
Okay, thank you, sir. If you'd like to give the committee a brief presentation on what you see are the merits of your proposal.
Sure. The proposal is to construct a new single detached dwelling on the existing property. There are variances related to the front porch, side yard setbacks, building length, FSI, and building height, and also exterior side walls as well. And I did provide presentation slides, and if we could go to those, there is an area context map, two of which. So first one being highlighted in green, and the subject site is outlined in red. And what you see at those properties that are highlighted in green are those properties that are 0.8 or greater in terms of FSI. And you'll also note that on the same block of Headington, where the subject site is located, there is an FSI just south of the property at 112 Headington, which is approved or existing at 0.93 FSI, also 0.91, 0.81. And if you look through the area, for example, on Shields Avenue, there is an FSI as high as up to 1.08 times a lot of the area as well. So from the proposed FSI 0.81 is more than consistent in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. And if you look onto the second map, which is highlighted in purple, those are all the properties that are either existing or have been approved in the area for side yard setbacks that are less than 1.2 meters. And what you find in the character of the neighborhood is that this is a very tightly knit neighborhood. And at least on one side of the side yard within this area do not comply with the existing zoning bylaw. And what you'll note in the site plan on the next slide is you see the dotted line, which represents the existing dwelling. And what you find is that the building has been actually pushed forward northerly on the south side, which is the left side, to increase that side yard setback in that condition to 0.91 of a meter. And what that, 0.51 of a meter. And on the north side, you'll also note that it complies and it exceeds the bylaw requirements at 1.22 meters towards the north, towards the right. There is a variance related to the covered porch. And once again, you'll note that with the indicated arrow, there is an existing covered porch that's found on the front yard, and it actually encroaches further into the front yard than what's being proposed towards the left of that dotted line. And that proposed porch is more than in keeping with the character of the neighborhood, in that there are porches at the front elevations of dwellings. And you'll also note that there is no front yard setback variance for the building itself. There is also variance related to building length, and the building length variance is 17.75 meters, and whereas 17 is permitted. And what you see on the site plan is that the way in which the dwelling has been measured in terms of length is because due to the angle of the street of Headington Avenue. And so that line is on an angle. But if you look at it from a straight line perspective, the principal house itself is 16.4 meters in length. And what you see at the top, the highlighted in green, are cantilever second-story bay windows. And you can see that more clear on the last slide at the back on the side elevation. The next slide, please. Is that green area represents the additional encroachment of 0.75 meters. But from a massing perspective, from a length perspective, and rear yard setback perspective, it's consistent with what's in the area. And finally, with regards to the height variance on the side walls, you'll also note that the measure is being measured to the top of those side windows, those dormers, or to the eaves of the side windows, those three windows. And that is what the planning department has indicated that the approval be tied to, be substantially in accordance with. And with regards to the final variance, in terms of the overall height variance, on the third slide in the front elevation, the portion of the dwelling that exceeds the height requirement is that highlighted green area at the top. And what you find also in the area is that, for example, just directly across the street at 137 Headington, it was approved at 9.8 meters, and we're seeking a height of 9.65. So this is more than in keeping with the character in terms of massing, height, and the way it presents to the street itself. Once again, urban forestry had no issues with the exception of that we applied for the appropriate permits. And planning department, as indicated by the chair, had no concerns subject that it be tied substantially in accordance with the side elevations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll move to the next person on our list. I have a Greg Bergman. Are you there, sir?
I am, sir.
Yes, sir. Can I get your full name and address, please?
Sure. My name is Greg Bergman, 124 Castlewood Road, Toronto, Ontario. Mary 5 Nancy, 2 Larry 4.
Okay, thank you. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application?
I'm the homeowner, sir.
Pardon me?
I'm the homeowner, sir.
You have no comments?
No, I'm sorry. I am the homeowner
Oh, I'm
of
sorry.
of 130.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next person on the list, I have a Rick Ballmer, B-A-L-M-E-R. Are you there?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Ballmer nor Mr. Bishop are present. Perhaps we could skip to Mr. John Harvey.
Okay.
I'll try to reach out to those deputants to see if they wish to speak this item.
Okay, I'll move it. We'll go to Mr. John Harvey. Are you there, sir? Mr. John Harvey, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Can I get your full
Can
name
you
and
hear me?
address, please?
Yes, my name is John Harvey. I'm the co-owner of the property to the north of 136, 138 Headington Avenue.
Okay, if you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application?
Thank you for this opportunity. I would like to begin by outlining how the proposed plan would compromise our quality of life, particularly through the loss of sunlight. As an engineer, I was curious to use an actual example to measure the shadowing that occurred at the current backyard of 136 as a result of the addition to lot 134 in 2005. The data collected based on a picture taken at noon on April the 8th and submitted later that day, which was in anticipation of the earlier hearing, which was postponed. I was able to calculate that the shadow cast was more than 15 feet or 55% across the width of lot 136. Using geometric calculations, I determined that the extent of the expected shadowing in the backyard at 138, if the new infill is built as planned. On October the 8th, the shadow cast would have extended more than 18 feet or 66% across lot 138. The extent of this shadowing will be worse in the early spring and the late fall. Lots 128 and 134, 4 houses with private drive, have been provided variances for width and length, but not height. Because of the roofs of the back of these homes remain consistent with the original 1920s design concept, there is less loss of sunlight in the spring, fall, and winter seasons in the adjacent property to the north. We are therefore concerned that the combination of variance 1 and 6 will result in an alarming increase in shadowing on lot 138. Garage in the front of the house. The infill construction plan for 136 will set a precedent that will be out of keeping with the charming character of Headington. This would be the first home with a private drive with an enclosed garage as part of the design on the street. To accommodate a garage as a feature, the minor variances requested include length, increased width, both to the north and the south, significant increased height to the north and the south sidewalls, and a significant change in its flatter roof design. Surely at some point, the sum of minor variances approved becomes a precedent-setting major variance. In addition, at lots 128 through 134, the owner sacrificed a detached garage at the back of their property to accommodate expanded living space. It is there important to note that there has been no change in parking in any of these situations, with 2-car parking continuing in the existing driveways. What is the impact of these features on neighbors? Garage and increased sidewall design. These features will result in the first floor of the house being over 6 feet above the ground. So the ground floor deck at the back will be higher than the fencing in the backyard at 134. This is significant, reduces the privacy of these neighbors to the south. And he has spoken to me about this and supports my comment. As previously mentioned, the extra height will result in a severe reduction in sunlight. The areas affected will be our backyard, our deck, and various rooms in our house, specifically the master bedroom, the office, the dining, and breakfast rooms. This sidewall will also significantly block our view from those same locations. There, where we now see trees and sky, we will see only a wall. The design includes 4 downspouts on the length of the north-facing wall to accommodate drainage of half the rainwater that falls on the roof. Water will be deposited just 4 feet from our deck, our soft landscaping, and our 1920s foundation. What is the impact of elevation differences between Castlewood Road and Headington Avenue? At street level, east side of Castlewood is a significantly higher elevation than the offsetting properties on the west side of Headington. A visual estimate of the height difference is approximately 8 feet at lot 119 Castlewood, the one immediately behind lot 136 Headington.
Sir, can you summarize, please?
Okay. In conclusion, we were asked to make a major sacrifice in terms of sunlight and our views from our deck and the 4 rooms at the back of our home. We are confident a new house design without the enclosed garage at the bottom level of the house can achieve the owner's goal of more living space without affecting parking or our goal for more sunshine and appropriate water mitigation. Thank you for your attention.
Sir, sir, if I could ask, did you have the opportunity to read the city planning report that's filed with this application?
Yes, I did.
So you noted the comment from them that regarding the height variance, the 9.15 meter height variance applies only to a small portion of the side elevations. The height of the majority of the side exterior main walls would be 8 meters.
Well, the main wall is variance number 6 is very significant, and the slope, the shape and the slope of the and positioning of the eaves troughs, creates a different shadow pattern on the properties.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Being none, we'll move to the next person on our list. I have a John Harvey. Are you there?
Oh, I am John Harvey.
Oh,
We just finished with me.
Bill Hay. Is Mr. Bill Hay there?
Yes.
Mr. Hay, can I get your full name and address, please?
My name is Bill Hay. And I live at 140 Headington, next door to John Harvey.
Okay, thank you, sir. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application, sir?
I didn't prepare any material, but I am very concerned about the plan, well, there aren't any, plan for disposing of rainwater. I know that the current backyard floods.
Sir, before you go on about drainage issues, the Committee of Adjustment does not deal with drainage issues. If this application is approved as part of the applicant obtaining a building permit, he has to submit a lot grading plan that makes sure that all his storm water is managed on his own property. So it's not to your benefit to go on about drainage issues, sir. We do not deal with drainage.
Well, thank you. I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of the speaker? There being none, we'll go to the next person on the list. Catherine Fournier, are you there, madam?
Yes, I am.
Can I get your full name and address, please?
Yes, it's Catherine Fournier, and I live at 138 Headington Avenue,
okay, if you could,
right next door to 136.
Okay, if you could tell us something, if you could give us a presentation on what your concerns are, madam, but please don't repeat material we've already heard.
All right. I would like to comment that I will first of all just say that John Harvey is my husband, so I wanted to support his concerns about the excess height that's being requested, and I realize you say it's not entirely as high as what it says on the variance on the very sides, but the side wall nevertheless is our biggest issue. For the reasons he said, that it would block our sunlight, impede our view, and just basically reduce our quality of life. But I'm also objecting to the overall increase in floor space, SFI, as I understand it's FSI. I realize that individually increasing the height, increasing the length, increasing the width may not seem important in and of themselves, but the cumulative effect of that means there's less room for soft landscaping. I understand you don't deal with ROTA issues, but I'm concerned about decreasing the space for soft landscaping. And I'd like to add one more point in that, in spite of what they say, what has been presented, there is very little precedent on our street for this type of house. There is one across the street and one down. Headington Avenue is unique in the neighborhood. It's a street with incredible charm. The majority of the buildings go back almost 100 years. Ours was built in 1927, as most of them were. So that would be lost if this kind of precedent is set. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Being none, we'll go to our last speaker. I have a Robert Thomas. Are you there, sir?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir. If I could get your full name and address, please.
Most certainly. It's Robert Thomas. I live at 137 Headington Avenue. My wife and I own and reside here. I'd like to thank the chair and committee members for the opportunity to speak. I was going to say something about water mitigation, but in light of your comments, I'll just leave that off and to just leave with a comment saying that we have had storm sewer overflows on the corner, so that is a high concern to our neighbors. Other two issues, I guess, that I'd like to comment on. I'd like some confirmation about what the plan is for the protection or removal of trees. There's a very, very large evergreen tree in the front yard of 136 Headington and a similarly large oak tree in the rear yard. And these trees improve the aesthetic and the environment of the entire neighborhood on a year-round basis, particularly the evergreen tree being one of the few evergreens in front yards in the neighborhood, which provides some color year-round as well. I just want to confirm if and how these trees will be protected, and if there's a plan to raise the elevation of the backyard to backfill with soil or excavation material from the construction. I want to make sure that that oak tree in the back is going to be protected. And then the other issue or the other question I have was the original Committee of Adjustment meeting, the notification that we got, my wife and I, who are co-owners, we each got an individual notification. For this meeting, for the rescheduled meeting, I received a notice, but she did not. And I just wanted to make sure if that was an oversight or if someone could confirm that all of the potentially affected neighbors did get sufficient notice.
It's my understanding, sir, that there was a problem with the original notification, some problem with the GPS system they were using. That's why we had to defer the meeting to this date to correct those problems. But
yeah,
my understanding that everything was done correctly. Yeah.
Okay, so any comment about the tree and
well,
and again, I don't know why my wife never received a notification.
With respect to the tree, sir, there's a recommended condition from urban forestry, so it will so any changes on the lot with the trees will have to be done to the satisfaction of our forestry services people. And that includes any removal of trees and tree protection will be looked after as a condition to approval.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Being none, we'll go back to the agent, Mr. Ruck. Are you there, sir?
Mr. Chair, I've reached out to Mr. Rick Ballmer. He's indicated that he just wishes to view the proceedings today. He does not want to make a deputation. I was unsuccessful at reaching out to Mr. Peter Bishop. tried calling multiple times without any success.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clapp. Mr. Rook, are you there? Ty Rook, are you there?
I'm here, sir.
Yes, you heard the comments from the previous speakers, if you'd like to reply.
Sure. I'll work backwards. In terms of the trees that were indicated, there is 2 large trees, one in the front and one in the rear, and I could confirm that both trees will be preserved and will be maintained, and it's shown on the site plan as being such. As the chair indicated, that we do have to apply for the necessary tree protection permits, and that will be done if this application is approved, and it's subject to forestry's discretion whether or not to approve that application, but those trees will be preserved. I won't go into the details about the drainage and water issues that I think the chair has addressed that. In terms of soft landscaping, you'll note that there is no variances related to soft landscaping either in the front yard or the rear yard. There was also discussions with regards to the integral garage that's being proposed, and there's no variance for that either. The integral garage is permitted, and it's found throughout the neighborhood as well. So this is nothing out of the norm in terms of character and the way it presents to the street. Thirdly, the question with regards to FSI, and as shown on that area context map that was highlighted in green, there are homes within the same block as high as 0.93 in terms of FSI, and within the area neighborhood or the broader neighborhood at 1.08, specifically on the street just to the east on Shields Avenue. In terms of, and finally, the concerns with regards to height, as shown in the elevations, it's related to a small portion of the top of the roof that's highlighted in green. There was mention of some sort of shadow study that was done, but didn't find that in the file. But what I can say is that this proposal, in terms of with its height variance for the overall building and for the side main walls, does not introduce any new impacts that's not already being experienced today in terms of shadows or privacy or views into adjacent properties. You'll also note that the Mr. Harvey's property is to the north, and we did provide a 1.22 meter side yard setback, which is in excess of the side yard setback requirements of 0.9 on the north side. And as I indicated earlier, on the south side, we did increase this existing side yard setback to 0.51, where it's practically almost on the lot line currently today. Towards the south, the neighbors towards the south at 134, there was no, we did reach out, but there was no correspondence from them indicating there's any issues and on file. So our understanding is that they have no objections. And once again, from a shadow, views, and overlook perspective, this is more than appropriate size of home for this neighborhood and for the property, and in no way inform overdevelopment of the site.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, if I could get a motion on this application, please. Mr. Kidd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having listened to the speakers today, in the end, I do feel that the requested variances are in keeping with the neighborhood and meet the criteria for minor variance. I'd like to put forward a proposal to accept the application subject to the planning staff condition that the property be developed substantially in accordance with the south and north side elevation drawings submitted to the Committee of Adjustment, attached as attachments 1 and 2 to the staff report, and also subject to forestry condition.
Thank you, Mr. Kidd. Someone to second that motion? Ms. Sankar seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Sir, your application has been unanimously approved, subject to urban forestry and city planning conditions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. On item number 939, the Bridle Path, I have 5 people registered to speak, and the agent is Jim Pfeffer. Are you there, sir?
I certainly am.
Yes, can I get your full name and address, please?
Yeah, my name is Jim Pfeffer of 3 Bridgman Avenue, Suite 201. And I'll also just mention to the presenter that I'll be referring to our May 12th presentation material the second presentation booklet we submitted.
Okay, thank you, sir. Just wanted to ask, there's a number of city reports on file with your application. There's one from Urban Forestry, which recommends your application be refused because it requires removing a number of city-owned trees. There's a Transportation Services report dating the 4th of May. They have an issue with the number of driveways that you have, and they're recommending your application be deferred to consolidate driveways. There's a report from City Planning dated the 9th of April, recommending that the following modifications be made to the application, eliminating variance number 1 regarding the rear yard soft landscaping, eliminate variance number 2 regarding the front yard soft landscaping, and then staff was recommending refusing the following variances. Number 3 regarding the elevation of the lowest point of the vehicle entrance in the main wall. Number 4 regarding the front yard parking. Number 5 regarding the side yard landscaping. And number 6 regarding the side yard soft landscaping. I just want to ask, sir, in view of the comments from City Planning and Transportation Services, did you want to proceed today, or would you like to defer your application to discuss it further with the affected city agencies?
We've discussed it extensively, and we would like to proceed. Thank you very much.
You'd like to proceed? Okay. If you would, are you proposing to make changes to your application?
Yes, as noted in the staff report, we have
just a moment,
agreed
sir.
that.
Just a moment. Can you go through the changes that you'd like to make? Can you itemize them by each variance number, please?
Yes, we are going to eliminate variance number 1,
Okay,
and we are going to.
Variance number 1 is deleted. Okay.
And variance number 2 is deleted.
Variance number 2 is deleted. Okay.
So with those changes, we will comply with the front and rear yard landscaping requirements.
Okay.
And those are the changes that we are making.
Okay, if you'd like to make a presentation to the committee on what you see are the merits of your revised application, and I note to the audience that variance number 1, which is the proposed rear yard soft landscaping variance, that has been deleted. Variance number 2, the proposed front yard soft landscaping, that variance has been deleted. So we're just dealing with variances 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Okay, thank you, sir. If you'd like to proceed.
Yeah, I'd also like to point out to the committee that I did do an extensive canvassing of the neighborhood myself. I distributed a lot of letters with my phone number and email, inviting people to reach out to me. I did receive a very strong expression of support from the neighbor immediately across the street at number 38, the Bridle Path, and also the neighbor across the flanking street, who I imagine is here to speak. But I haven't heard any other comments from any other neighbors. You can see this is the front of the elevation of the building. It's been designed to be doesn't have any garage doors facing the Bridle Path. And I don't think the building itself is very controversial. I think the issues are about the side yard landscaping and the accommodation for parking. So if we could see the next page, I'll start to speak to those issues. This page, in the upper left-hand corner, you can see the side elevation of the existing building, which is not particularly attractive, and you can also start to see some of these trees. The committee has before it, in its material, a letter from the arborist, as well as the full arborist report, detailing the fact that of the trees to be removed, 3 are recommended to be removed in any case because of their poor condition. Of the trees that are being removed for this driveway, all but 2 are non-native trees. None of them are in good condition. And of course, the committee is aware that this urban forestry is going to require replanting for city trees to be removed, a 3-to-1 replanting for private trees to be removed. And at the end of the day, removing these non-native declining trees and replacing them with new large growing native shade trees, we do not see as being a bad thing. Side elevation, you can see it's actually been carefully designed. It's been very appropriately designed The ramp, which has been somewhat controversial, you can't see because it's recessed. And we've also made assurances to the neighbor across the street at 46 the Bridle Path that we will plant a beech hedge in front of that driveway so it won't be visible. The owner is going to hire a professional landscape architect who's going to do a beautiful landscape design for this extremely generous boulevard. Now, of course, the other issue with the reverse slope driveway, which has been brought up by the planner, but not by transportation services, is this issue of flooding. We reached out very early in this process to transportation services. As you can see in their letter, they have no issue with the reverse slope driveway request. Planning said they always object to that. It's a matter of their policy. And they object, notwithstanding the fact that in 2021, in this year, the city published reverse slope driveway guidelines. As the committee can see, we have submitted a letter from a civil engineer, which the owner has hired, assuring the committee that this driveway can and will be designed to meet the city's extremely rigorous requirements for reverse slope driveways. And as I mentioned, this transportation services does not have an issue with that. We've hired a civil engineer and we've approached this properly. Moving on to the next page, please. You can see transportation services has raised an issue with the fact that we've got 3 curb cuts. You can see in the front, we have a driveway mirroring the existing condition, which is appropriate for the street to have a drop off at the front of the building. There are 3 curb cuts. None of them are particularly wide. We also have 440 feet of curb along this property. Moving on to the next page, what you will see is one of the defining features of this street is the extremely generous front yard accommodation for parking. There are 28 circular driveways along this street, 9 cases of circular driveways combined with side yard driveways. And there are also side yard driveways which go down to basement garages. So what we are proposing is certainly not novel on this street. As a matter of fact, if you take a look at this drawing, one thing you'll note is we're actually providing a lot less driveway than any number of other properties along this street. On the next page, you can see, the next page, please, you can see the same thing basically in a plan view. And then moving on through the next 3 pages very quickly, you can just see, parking courts, circular driveways. Just keep scrolling, please, through these pages. And you'll see these very, substantial front yard parking, driveways, accommodation for vehicles. And on the last page, I went to the site following my discussion with a neighbor at 46 the Bridle Path. I staked out the location of the driveways we're proposing. You can see basically here, you can see from the street where these curb cuts are going to be proposed. You can see in the upper right-hand corner, you can see some of those declining trees I talked about. And also I'd like to point out in particular the sort of central image at the bottom there. That's the curb cut for the driveway, which is connecting to the ramp, which goes down to the side of the building. And you can see directly across from that curb cut, you're looking into what's now a very generous kind of screening in front of the adjacent property. So we've done this properly.
Sir, can you
those trees are, yeah. We've got a civil engineer who said that we can do this safely. There's no issue with that curb cut. The trees are declining.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Replaced. Thank you.
Go to does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Being none, we'll go to the next person on their list. I have an Ann Bawden, B-A-W-D-E-N. Are you there?
I'm on the phone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, madam. Can I get your full name and address, please?
Ann Bawden, 46 the Bridle Path.
Okay, if you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application, please.
Say that again.
If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application, please.
I don't know what you mean.
if you'd like to give us your views, what you think of this application.
Oh, yes, I would like to give you my views, and thank you for letting me talk. My property is exactly east of 39 the Bridle Path, and it faces directly at 39 the Bridle Path. I object to the variances because there's so many of them, and they aren't minor, they're major. I fully support the 3 city reports from the staff, the transportation, and the urban forestry, which have all voted against it. The property, the architect sounded great, it looked great, but when you get over there and you walk the property, it's not so great. There will be damages to protected trees, and they're not all that old. It's got 3 curb cuts, and one of them, the front one, is a parking lot. It's not a place to drive up to let people out. It's a parking lot. The variances to the side yard, which my property looks at, are huge. My property is about 113 feet wide, and 39, the Bridle Path, has 300 feet facing the east side of Bayview, of the Bridle Path. My property faces the sort of the middle front side yard, and when that goes ahead, there's one driveway there that is 20 feet wide, and the other driveway is a little less, quite a lot less probably, but my property will be facing the service entrance. All it will see is a parking lot, 30 feet of driveway. It'll have this big white facade, and then it'll have, the rest of the Bridle Path, all the garages are set back from the street. The garages, 2 to the 2 surface, 1 driveway to the 2 surface garages, and at least the 2 car surface garage, and 1 driveway to the 5 car below grade garage. That's what my property faces. It's just, all right. Now, this corner is a spacious corner. It's got trees. It's got a really nice ambience. If this place can go ahead without any soft landscaping, it will change the whole area of the corner. But I really want the tree. I want soft landscaping somewhere between me and all that service entrance. Now, all the landscaping the architect talked about is on the city boulevard. You've got trees, you've got a hedge, you've got no end of things. I'm not sure that they would plant that. I'm the only neighbor speaking. The man that the architect spoke to was 90 years old, frail. He got COVID and sadly has died. I don't have a neighbor on either side. The properties are vacant. But if the architects they've got 300 feet of Bridle Path cityscape, and they have regarded it as being very non-essential. I think that my property, if it isn't softened with trees on their property, not the city boulevard, on their property, I might as well be looking at a back alley. So it's very important to me that trees or shrubs or some softening landscape should happen on the east side of that property.
Okay, Madam, can you summarize?
I can summarize that I don't want the people to be allowed to push their driveways right up to the iron fence and then just have driveways and parking lots. And that's what, and probably the garbage pails. That's what's going to be facing my property.
Thank you, Madam.
I think that.
Okay, Madam, your 5 minutes is up. Thank you very much. Is there any questions of the speaker? There being none, we'll move to our next speaker. I have Margaret Bawden, B-A-W-D-E-N. Are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Yes, can I get your full name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Margaret Bawden, and I live at 16 Braeside Road. And I'm just wanted to emphasize a few points in addition to those points made by Ann Bawden. Specifically that there are a number of variances that are quite excessive. So the requested side yard variances are more than substantial, and these are the ones that most affect 46 the Bridle Path. The request is for proposed side yard landscaping of 21.76%, whereas what's allowed is 60%. And the other variance that's requested related to the side yard landscaping is 36.3% of the side yard landscaping, where 75% is the minimum requirement. And the combination of these two variances really does create, as Ann Bawden mentioned, more the context of an alley rather than a residential neighborhood. There's many houses that have been replaced in the neighborhood, and the neighborhood is definitely in transition, and they've all been able to be replaced without the extensive variances that are proposed for 39 the Bridle Path. So I'll just end with that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam. I just had a question. The property you're referring to is 46 the Bridle Path?
That's correct.
And how far is it from the, I guess it would be the building, the front wall of the building on the Bridle Path to the distance from that front wall of would be, I guess, your property to the front wall of the building at number 39? What type of distance are we talking about here?
So if I understand the question correctly, because the road curves right at 39 the Bridle Path, it's on a corner, and that situation is that 46 the Bridle Path is facing what is effectively the side of the proposed dwelling.
I understand that, Madam.
Okay.
But what's the distance? Then let's make it a little simpler. What's the distance from the curb line of Bridle Path to the front wall of the building at 46 the Bridle Path?
Ooh, that is not my strong suit, is the distance there. It is quite significant. There is quite a setback, but I think we also have to recognize that we're looking at that house will be torn down in the next few years. It is a neighborhood in transition, and 46 the Bridle Path will be sold, and a new owner will build a new house, which is inevitable. And that house can place itself anywhere on the lot within what's allowed. I don't frankly know what's allowed, but I think we need to consider what the bylaws are and, consider that and not in the context of the house that exists now at 46 Bridle Path, but the house that could exist.
Well, we're dealing with the house that's there now. With respect to, when I was up there and take a look at the property, I noticed that especially on the east side of the Bridle Path, along that frontage of your property, it's very heavily treed. Is that correct?
There are some trees there, yes, on the south side of the lot. There are quite a few
Yeah,
trees.
but it's also on the east side of the Bridle Path, adjacent to your building at 46 the Bridle Path. Is that correct?
On the east side?
Of the Bridle Path, abutting your property. 46 the Bridle Path. It's very heavily treed.
On the east side of the lot, yes, the south edge, the south side of the east facing, yes, there are quite a few trees there.
Okay, thank you. And
And that was portrayed in the architect's pictures.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, we have no other speakers. We'll go back to Mr. Pfeffer. Are you there, sir?
Yeah, I certainly am.
Yeah, if you could respond to the previous speakers, please.
Yeah, so I'll mention I have spoken both to Anne and her daughter Margaret before this, so we did discuss these different issues. I think one of the issues that Anne brought up was the fact that the front yard is going to be a parking lot. And I think if you take a look at our site plan, you can see that we're not really allowing a lot of space for this to be a parking lot. There's a hammerhead, can be a drop off. I mean, there's a possibility that someone could park a car there. Certainly you see a lot of cars, as you will have attended the site, you will have noticed you do see a lot of cars parked in front yards along this street, but that's not really the intention. On a street like this, for a house like this, having accommodation for someone to come, a visitor perhaps to park in the front, for deliveries to come to the front, it's really not inappropriate, and it does mirror the existing condition. And you'll see, we're providing a lot less hardscape in front than you'll see in a lot of these properties. So it's not a parking lot in front. I think another thing that Anne objected to was the fact that we've got all this driveway at the side, or the curb cuts at the side of the property. And the fact is that the zoning requires on a corner lot driveways to be located on the longer property line. So it is in fact the curb cuts on that longer flank property line that are actually the ones that are allowed by the zoning bylaw. It's the curb cut at the front of the property. That's the one that's not contemplated by the bylaw, even though we think it's completely appropriate to have in this case. Now, she's also raised the issue of the side yard landscaping. You can see on this plan, okay, we've got that driveway beside the house. But the fact is, there's also a lot of other side of this property, and the side yard landscaping that's calculated is only the portion of the property that's immediately adjacent to the house. The immediate flank of the house is where this calculation is done. This lot from, curb to the back, it's over 200 feet long. It's only, so we are, as a matter of fact, proposing a driveway for this, reverse slope driveway and for this garage access at the flank of the house where it generates that variance. But you'll see there's a lot of green front to back, tip to tail on this lot. Certainly, there aren't going to be any garbage pails on the street. Those are going to be accommodated inside the house. And if you take a look at our rendering of the side yard, which I think was page 2, this is not, I think Margaret said, this is going to be more of an alley than residential. As a matter of fact, a lot of these driveways that you see are, you know, or the garages that you see on the street, they are further back from the street. But if you look at this house, if you walk around this house, you can see, okay, there's 2 garage doors there, and they're not really unattractive. We've really tried to do this property properly. They've been beautifully treated. They're not dominant elements of this elevation. And the main garage itself is recessed. It's not very visible. It's actually a good thing that this house presents this beautiful front to the main sort of Bridle Path street without any garage doors. And then the main parking elements itself are considerably recessed. And the chair did ask the question about the setback to the house at 46, the Bridle Path. I think it's set back 40 meters from about 40 meters from the front property line of the existing house at 46, the Bridle Path, which is going to be about 60
Sir,
meters.
can you summarize, please?
To this street. I think I've responded to those concerns by Anne and Margaret Bodwin. So, and I'm welcome to take any questions from the committee.
Okay, thank you, sir. I just wanted to ask, with respect to the driveways you're proposing, there for the sections of the driveways that are in the public road allowance, they're all maintaining a positive slope to the curb line of the street. Is that correct? So that the water from
That's
the water from the street
a wonderful
doesn't flow
point.
into the garage.
Yeah, they all maintain a positive slope to the streets, and even this slope, this driveway for which we are requesting the reverse slope variance, there is a positive slope from the street to the property line. As a matter of fact, I think the Toronto water requirements are that has to be at least 100 millimeters above the street. I think it's more than that.
Thank you, sir.
Water cannot flow uphill
Yes,
and
thank
then
you.
down into this ramp.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Could I get a motion on this application? Please note that this application has been modified and that variances number 1 and 2 have been deleted. So if I could get a motion on this revised application, please. Ms. Sankar?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. Listen, I've listened to this application in detail, and I've read the application in detail. And I do believe that the mom and daughter, Mrs. Bowden and Miss Bowden, did raise some extremely important points. And I'm still trying to wrap my head around the transportation concerns, and as well what staff had recommended in this. And I'm thinking you've got a lot of land to do this and to do it right in a way that will meet forestry transportation, or at least mostly meet forestry transportation and the staff report. For all of those reasons, I motion to refuse this application.
Someone to second Ms. Sankar's motion. Mr. Khan seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries. Sir, your application has been unanimously refused. Thank you very much. We'll go
Thank
to
you.
item number 10, 449 Ruth Avenue. I have one person registered to speak. That is the agent, Maria Gatsios. Are you there?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of committee. I am.
Yes, thank you very much, madam. I just wanted to ask, there's a staff report here in connection with your application dated the 8th of April, and they're recommending modifying the following variances. Variance number 3 for the proposed building height, decreasing it from 10.5 meters to 10.3 meters. Variance number 4 for the proposed building height from 8.19 meters to 7.99 meters. And variance number 9 for the proposed building height from 10.76 to 10.56 meters. And if those changes aren't made, then we refuse variances 3, 4, and 9. I just wanted to ask, would you like to make those changes as recommended by city planning?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and in fact, on April the 9th, the day after the staff report, I did email the committee and I confirmed my desire to amend the application for specifically those variances in the staff report.
Okay.
And to
Okay, madam, if you could.
Thank you, sir.
if you could go through your application and please tell us which variances that you want to change that are on the notice before us today.
Yes, thank you, sir. I changed, as of my email April 9th, I changed variance number 3 to reflect the staff report to revise the height from 10.5 to 10.3.
Okay. Okay.
I
now-
wrote-
Okay, just bear with me because we have an audience here. It doesn't see everything we're talking about here. So the proposed height of the building is 10.50 meters. That's the variance. You want to change that to 10.30 meters, correct?
Correct.
And the next one?
Variance number 4, it's a corresponding measurement of building height. The initial application was 8.19, and my revision is to the staff recommended 7.99.
Okay. As it reads right now, the proposed height of the side exterior main walls facing side lot line is 8.19 meters, and you're changing that to 7.99 meters.
Yes, sir.
And variance number, what's the next one?
Number 9.
Okay, number.
It is also a height variance, and it is as per the old bylaw 7625. And the height as measured in that bylaw in the initial application was 10.76, and my revision is to reduce it to 10.56. It's a corresponding revision to the height of the building relative to all the various zone standards.
Okay, thank you very much, madam. That's pretty clear. It's pretty clear what you're asking for in these revised variances. You have satisfied what city planning has asked for. Is there anything that you'd like to tell the committee, anything further you'd like to tell the committee that isn't contained in the material that we have before us this morning?
No, sir, I'm happy to answer any questions. The only comment I'll make is that I did, and this is a home, I'm the applicant, but it's also going to be my home. I did go to the neighborhood, meet my new neighbors, provide them with a letter in March outlining what I was doing, some elevations, and I've had discussions with them to ensure that I was being a good neighbor. So thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Can I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would like to move this application be approved, subject to the conditions that variance number 3, 4, and 9 has been changed by the applicant, as she mentioned. So that brings the application to minor variances and complies with the zoning bylaw. Therefore, I move it should be approved.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Khan. Can I get someone to second Mr. Khan's motion? Mr. Hunt seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries. Madam, your application has been unanimously approved.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you. Item number 11, 378 Cleveland Street. I have two people registered to speak. The first is Maren Zabzuni. Are you there?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Yes, I am Maren Zabzuni at 1140 the Queensway.
Okay, thank you, sir. It's
Can you hear me?
yes, I can hear you, sir. I'm noting that I looked through your application. I noticed the only conditions on file from staff are from urban forestry. I think it's pretty clear what you're asking for in the variance we have before us, but I understand we have one other person registered to speak. So if you could give us a very brief presentation on what you see as the merits of your proposal.
Yes, happy to. So we're proposing here a 3-story dwelling and a rear detached garage. We have worked closely with city planning and made revisions based on their suggestions in regards to building height and FSI. Homeowners have spoken to neighbors as well about this proposal. So far, we haven't heard anyone in opposition. We have a right of way with a neighbor, and we have increased that access in order to help both the neighbor and the homeowners to get through to the garage more comfortably. We've also reviewed the neighborhood and comparable variances that have been approved. And after making the changes suggested by planning, we feel that the home meets the 4 test that we're proposing. And please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Thank you. Oh, Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Zabzuri, my question is, sir, about variance number 3. Could you kindly tell me that why you have FSI 0.98 so high?
Hi, yes, this is a narrow lot, and we're allowed 3-story dwelling, and because it's a narrow lot, the FSI number is seemingly high. However, in the comparables that we have in the area, this is well within what's been approved for the neighborhood, so it's quite fitting. The reason is just due to the narrow, smaller lot that makes this percentage increase. But if you look at the gross area of the house, I believe it's appropriate overall for a 3-story. A 3-story is an allowed use, a permitted use. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. I have one other person registered to speak on this application. I have a Brian Abbey. Are you there, sir?
Yes, I am.
Mr. Abbey, could I get your full name and address, please?
Yes, it's Brian Abbey. I live at 382 Cleveland Street, which is the property immediately north of the subject property.
Okay, if you'd like to give us your thoughts on the application.
Well, having been experienced in Committee of Adjustment for many years as an architectural technologist, I've looked at this property and I can see that it is perfectly within the would meet the 4 tests, and I'm completely in support of it because quite frankly, we would be thinking about probably doing the same with our own home in due course. So I'm in full support of this application.
Okay, thank you, sir. That's good to hear. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Ms. Sankar?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I think that the applicant has done a good job in speaking with the neighbors, addressing many of the concerns. And I just also feel that looking at the application, it does meet the 4 tests. So I do agree with the applicant. I'll put forward a motion to approve this application, and I'll make it subject to forestry.
Thank you, Ms. Sankar. Someone to second that motion? Mr. Kidd seconds. All those in favor? The motion carries unanimously. Sir, your application's been unanimously approved.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll just take a 2-minute break. Ladies and gentlemen, committee is back in session. I'm going to just jump ahead on the agenda here to item number 17, which is 54 Yorkminster Road. Is Mr. Glenn Rubinoff there?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Yes, Mr.
Good morning.
Rubinoff, I've just been informed by Mr. Clapp that you wanted to withdraw your application. Am I correct?
That's correct. The client sold the property and does not want to proceed to the committee.
Okay, thank you. So you'd like to close the file?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll just ask the, we had one other person registered to speak, so I'll just let me talk to him first. Is a Mr. Jeff Gilmore there? Mr. Jeff Gilmore, are you there? No, Mr. Gilmore is not here. Okay, I'll just go back into committee. Members, we have a request from the agent to close the file at 54 Yorkminster Road. Could I get a motion on that, please? Mr. Hunt?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the request of the applicant, I move that we declare this file closed.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Someone to second Mr. Hunt's motion? Mr. Kidd seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries. The file is closed. Mr. Rubinoff, the file has been closed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Go back to our regular agenda, item number 12, which is 774 Duplex Avenue. I have, just bear with me here. (774) Duplex Avenue. I have one person registered to speak. That is the agent, Michelle Charco. Are you there, madam?
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, madam. We have, is looking through your file. The only staff comments we have registered on your application are from Urban Forestry, and it's really just an advisory report dated the 1st of April. They had no objections and no conditions, just indicated you may have to take out permits, but there's no conditions attached to it. I just noticed you have 3 variances before us. It's pretty clear what you're asking for. I'll just ask, is there anything you'd like to tell the committee that isn't in the material we have before us this afternoon?
No, I did prepare a brief presentation, though.
Okay, if you'd like to, would you like to tell the committee some details on your application, or is?
Yes. So
okay,
if somebody could just pull up the existing south elevation on the architectural plans. So the application today is to provide for a 2nd-story addition that will expand the existing 2nd story and then a 3rd-story addition into the existing roof line. So basically what we're doing is we're just filling in the rear of the existing dwelling. It'd be great to get that elevation up if possible. I don't know if somebody at committee can pull it up.
Okay, thank you, madam. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker?
Oh, okay.
There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Ms. Sankar?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I think that the applicant did a really good presentation. I am going to motion to approve this application. I think that it does meet the 4 tests as is, and that's my motion, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Sankar. Someone to second that motion? Mr. Kidd seconds. All those in favor? Opposed? Mr. Khan dissenting. Madam, your motion your application is approved without condition. Thank you very much, madam.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Item number 13, 4 Donwoods Grove. I have 3 people registered to speak. The agent is a Mr. Dean Thompson. Are you there?
Yes, sir. I'm here. Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members.
Yes, thank you, Matt. Thank you, sir. I just wanted to ask, I noticed there's a couple of reports on file with your application. We have Toronto Region Conservation Authority report of the 8th of April. They have no objections to your application. There's also a city planning report dated the 7th of April. They have no objections to your application, provided the proposal is developed substantially in accordance with the front side yard setback and the rear yard setback as shown on the site plan drawing attached to their report. Have you had the opportunity to read that material, sir?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay, thank you, sir. If you could give the committee a brief presentation on what you see as the merits of your proposal.
Thank you very much. Yes, due to the uniqueness of this particular lot on Donwoods Grove, it's a pie-shaped lot, and with the previous zoning bylaw, the issue that we had with the new proposed single detached dwelling development is with the 20-meter front yard setback and the new 25% of the lot depth as the rear yard setback, it really created a pinch point in the middle of the lot that only really gave a depth of just over 20 feet for kind of the center of the building. So really all we're asking for, is kind of the front and rear yard setbacks to have a little bit of lenience. There is an existing building that's on the property right now, and it is already existing non-complying due to kind of these new setbacks. It already is in the front yard setback. It is already in the rear yard setback, and it's also on the south yard side lot setback as well. So our minor variance really is minor in nature, and it passes kind of the 4 tests. We also did not go over coverage. We did not go over height. And realistically, the only thing we're asking for is due to the fact that the unique lot shape has kind of limited the development and building area allowable. And I'm willing to take any questions, or be happy to take any questions from the council if anybody has any.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, we'll move to our next person registered speaker. I have Bella Allen. Are you there? Bella Allen is not there. We'll take her off the list. I have one other person registered to speak, a Cathal O'Connor. Are you there? Ms. O'Connor, are you there? Cathal O'Connor, are you there? Ms. O'Connor, are you there? Ms. O'Connor, are you there? Mr. Clapp, can we stand this one down, see if you can get a hold of Ms. O'Connor? Okay. We're going to move on to the next item on the list. We'll park item number 13. We'll come back to it. We're on item number 14, 413 Whitmore Avenue. I have one person registered to speak. That is the agent, a Nikita Matkarski. Are you there?
Yes, hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir. Can I get your full name and address,
hello.
please?
Yeah, sure. My full name is Nikita Matsarski. My business address is 2275 Lakeshore Boulevard, and I'm going to talk about the 113 Whitmore Avenue.
Okay, thank you, sir. Just looking through your file, I note there's only one comment from staff, recommended conditions from Urban Forestry. It's pretty clear what you're asking for in your application, sir. I just wanted to ask, is there anything that you'd like to tell the committee that isn't in the material that we have before us this afternoon?
I would just say that the lot is not very wide, and we had to deal with this piece of land because it was like very complicated because the family requested a bigger house. And because of the zoning requirements, it was hard to manage all the space. And that's why we did not match some of the requirements. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Ms. Sankar?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I do believe that this is a minor application, and I do believe that it fits in within the character of that neighborhood. I will motion to approve this application, making it subject to forestry.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sankar. Mr. Hunt seconds. All those in favor? Opposed? Mr. Khan dissenting. Sir, your application has been approved subject to urban forestry conditions.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you. We'll go back to item number 13. We're looking for Ms. Cathal O'Connor. Are you there? Cathal O'Connor, is she there? He? Okay, I'll go to the next one. We'll hold item 13 down. My apologies. We'll go to item number, actually, item number 15. I didn't notice there were all these. We missed. Yes. Item. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a mistake made on item number 14. We didn't have it down here that we have 4 other speakers registered. I need a motion to rescind that previous approval for item number 14. We didn't allow the people to have that Okay, well, we're going to take a break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll come back.
Told us that I'll speak. I'll pick back on my speak.
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chair.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Given that we're still all present,
yes,
we will reopen that application, rescind the decision, and reopen the application, have those speakers speak.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a motion to reopen item number 10, please, and rescind the previous decision? That's item number 14.
Item
413 Whitmore.
I presume I would have to be the one rescinding my motion.
Okay, thank you, Ms.
So
Sankar.
I will rescind. Yeah.
Okay, someone to second that motion? Mr. Kidd seconds. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. My apologies. We'll go back to Mr. Matkarski, are you there? Mr. Matkarski, are you there?
Mr. Chair, it would appear that the agent has left the event, so I would suggest that we move on to the deputants.
Okay, thank you. We'll move to.
We need to call him back. We need to call him back.
We'll talk to Marianne Paolucci. Are you there?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, due to fair process, the agent should be there to be able to rebut what the debutants are saying.
You're correct.
Yes, we need to get a hold of. We need to get a hold of the agent, please.
Okay, we'll hold it. We'll hold it down.
So, sorry, what I was suggesting, yeah, is that we allow the deputants to speak now while we get in touch with the agent?
We can't do that though, but the agent isn't here.
Oh, okay, understood,
Right?
thank
So
you.
we'll have to hold it down until we get a hold of him.
So, Mr. Chair, what happens to the motion that has been moved to reopen this one? What happens?
That motion passed.
Yeah, motion passed. Okay, we'll go to
Thank you.
item number 13. Cathal O'Connor, are you there? Is Cathal O'Connor there? Yes, we're on item number 13, 4 Donwood Grove. Cathal O'Connor, are you there? Cathal O'Connor, are you there? Cathal O'Connor, are you there? No, we'll have to park it. Move ahead to item number 15. Item number 15, 126 Sweeney Drive. We've got 4 people registered to speak. Jamshed Durrani. Jamshed Durrani, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon.
Sir, can I get your full name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Jamshed Durrani. I'm the applicant, 126 Sweeney Drive.
Okay, thank you, sir. We have 3 other persons registered to speak. I note that there on your file, there are no staff comments or conditions related to this application. So if you could give us a presentation on what you see as the merits of your proposal.
Yes, sure. So it's a one single story addition that we are proposing at the rear. There's already a small odd-shaped addition that's present and is falling apart, so just wanted to take it down. The existing setback is 1.23 meters on the north side, and we want to keep that. The other side, the south side setback is 1.23 meters that we want to keep, and on the other side it would be the existing is 1.85 meters, and with the new addition it would be 7.87 meters. So we are asking for a minor variance for the side yard setback.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Okay, thank you. We'll move to the next person on our list. I have a Vincent Ho and Mary Anna Zetto. Are you there? Vincent Ho and Mary Anna Zetto. Move to the next person on the list. Sadru Keshvani, are you there? Sadru Keshvani, are you there? Sadru Keshvani, are you there? Can I move to the next person on the list, Mr. Clapp? Katie Kuo, are you there?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm here.
Yes, can I get your full name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Katie Kuo. I am the next door neighbor at 128 Sweeney Drive.
Okay, thank you. If you could give us your thoughts on this application, please.
Yes, we have no objection to the minor variance. And there was a letter of support objection filed by Mr. Sadru Kashvani requesting two things. Item number one, a barrier be put up at the fence so as to avoid dust from blowing to the adjacent houses. And the second request is that the construction work be done during 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. only to avoid noise during rest hours. And we would like to make the same requests, please.
Madam, the committee doesn't have any jurisdiction over hours of work.
Okay, understood.
That's covered under the city's noise bylaw.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of the speaker? There being none, we'll go back to the agent. Mr. Durrani, are you there? Mr. Durrani, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, can I get, you just heard the comments from the previous speaker. Is there anything you'd like to say in that regard?
Yes, both are our neighbors, our dear neighbors, and we will definitely do our best to minimize the noise. And like 9 to 5 is the usual time that we'll be doing construction, and we'll try to put up a fence as well. So we will try to accommodate all their comments.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, please note, committee, we just have the one variance before us. If I could get a motion on that application, please. Mr. Kidd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This seems to me to be a modest proposal. I'd like to put forward a motion to accept the application without.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kidd. Someone to second that motion? Ms. Sankar seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries. Sir, your application has been unanimously approved without condition, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go back to item number 13. Is Cathal O'Connor there? Cathal O'Connor, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Sir, can I get your full name and address, please?
Yeah, my name is Carl O'Connor. My name is spelled C-A-T-H-A-L.
Okay,
O'Connor.
if you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application at 4 Donwoods Grove.
Yeah, so by the way, my address is 15 Donino Avenue. So I back on to the said property. I've never attended one of these meetings before, so thank you very much for listening. I work in real estate, so I'm pro-development, but I'm also pro-sustainable development. So my objection to the requested variances are under, there's 4 variances, and I'm objecting to number 2 and number 4. And that's because, in my opinion, both are requiring substantial variances from the bylaw. So in item number 2, they are requiring an 18% exemption to the minimum required rear setback. And in item 4, they're requiring a 19.7% setback. And so I just, from my perspective, that is substantial in terms of its the exceptions that they're requiring, if I understand this to be right. And I just, from a someone who enjoys the enjoyment of my backyard, I don't see why this is necessary. If I look at the design of the property, it's an irregular design, and so they're doing this to maximize the space, but it's going to damage trees and it's going to damage my quiet enjoyment. So that's all I got to say.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I just
You know,
wanted to
from
ask,
yeah.
did you have the opportunity to look at the city planning report in connection with this application?
No, I just don't know my way around the system. So no, I didn't.
Oh, you didn't look, because they had, so the applicant is requesting a front yard setback of 18.09 meters, whereas site-specific exception 876 of the bylaw requires dwellings on this street to have a 20-meter front yard setback. As seen on the site plan, the requested setback is for the north side portion of the dwelling. South portion of the dwelling has a front yard setback that exceeds the 20-meter requirement. A rear yard setback of 7.75 meters is also being requested, whereas 9.5 meters is required. As the applicant has drawn the footprint of the existing dwelling on the site plan, the existing dwelling has a rear yard setback of approximately 7 meters. Planning staff are of the opinion that the proposed dwelling will be maintaining a relatively similar rear yard condition. I just wanted to let you know that they made those comments.
Okay, good. Okay, I did not know that.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, we'll go back to the agent, Mr. Thompson. Are you still there?
Yes, sir, I'm still here.
Yes, Mr. Thompson, you heard the comments from Mr. O'Connor.
I did. Thank you, Mr. O'Connor, for your comments. Yeah, all I'll say is that we've actually had an arborist go in there and do a full tree study. There will be no removal of any trees on that westerly facing line, as well as no trees being removed on the south. The only trees that were actually going to be affected when we looked at our lot grading plan to make sure that all of the stormwater was moved properly to the front of the section was just a small lot of cedars, which we've actually talked to that neighbor about, and they're going to be replaced once the lot grading is taken place. So no trees will actually be removed, and there's also a very comprehensive planting plan that's going to go along with the development, which is going to increase the natural vegetation. So yes, the chair was right in the way that we are not really increasing or decreasing the setback from the existing that's there in the front or the back. We've really tried our best to make it make sense. Again, the only reason that we are asking for these variances is due to the uniqueness of this and the fact that the buildable area is really challenging as it's squeezed in the middle. So we've really taken into consideration all of the vegetation and the neighboring properties.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, I would, after listening to the applicant, I find it's a minor variance which complies with the zoning bylaw, and also there is no objection from the TRAC. So I think application be approved.
Thank you much. Thank you, Mr. Khan. Someone to second that motion? Mr. Hunt seconds. Someone, all those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Sir, your application has been unanimously approved, subject to city planning conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of committee, and enjoy your afternoon.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary Treasurer, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
With respect to item number 14, which is 413 Whitmore Avenue, we haven't been able to get a hold of the agent, and we still have those 4 persons who want to speak on it. We've rescinded our previous motion to approve it, so it's still an ongoing application. We can't get a hold of Mr. Metkarski. Should we defer this application?
No, let's hear what they have to say, and I'll try from my end to get a hold of them. So deal with the people, either they're ready to speak, let them speak, and I will try and get a hold of the agent.
Okay, all right. We'll go back to item number 14, 413 Whitmore Avenue. Yes, oh, that's a good idea. I'll hold 413, I'll hold 413 down to the end of the agenda. We'll come back to it. Yeah.
What number, Mr. Chair, we are
Hello.
talking about? Can't hear you.
Mr. Nadaf, are you there?
Sir, what number we are talking about?
Okay. Mr. Nadaf, can I get your full name and address, please? Mr. Nadaf, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Can I get your full name and address, please?
Pedram Nadov, the address is 170 Shepherd Avenue East, Unit 101A,
Okay, thank you, sir.
North York.
I just
No
wanted to
problem.
ask, I'm looking at through your file, I note that there's a planning report dated the 7th of April. They're recommending that you reduce variance number 5 regarding the side exterior main wall heights from 7.8
Sorry,
meters.
Mr. Chair, what application number is
sorry,
this? I'm very confused.
Item number 16, 22 Devadale Drive. Mr. Nadaf,
Yes. Yes, sir.
have you seen that planning report of the 7th of April?
Yes, I did, and I would like to address the committee. I have revised the drawings in order to comply with the requirements of or comments made by the staff, planning staff at the city.
Okay, so you would like to modify variance number 5
That's correct.
from 7.8 meters to 7.5 meters.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other changes you'd like to make?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. If you'd like to give the committee a brief presentation on what you see are the merits of your proposal.
Sure. I just wanted to point out the changes we have made or violation we have made through the existing zoning bylaw. We were asking for a very, very slight changes and increase in height, in side setback in one side, and the FSI or density of the property, which we were allowed to have the 0.6. We asked for 0.62. The existing setback of the building is way, way less than 1.2 and 1.5 meters we proposed. The existing setback is 0.45 in one side and 0.77 in the other side. We increased them to 1.2 and 1.5 meters. The height has been increased from 8.5 to 8.9. That's the changes we were asking. And also, as I mentioned, I comply with the requirements and city staff comments in regards to reduce the main side wall heights from 7.8 to 7.5.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, that would be all.
Okay, thank you. And just to be clear, the only change you're making to your application is with respect to variance number 5, which is the proposed height of the side exterior main walls facing a side lot line is 7.8 meters. That's been reduced to 7.5 meters. That's correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Being none, we'll go to the next person on the list. I have a Jeff Kettle. Are you there? Mr. Kettle, are you there? Mr. Kettle, are you there?
I am.
Yes, hello. Can I get your full name and address, sir?
Jeff Cattell. I'm with the Leaside Residents Association.
Okay, thank you, sir.
We're,
Like to give us your thoughts on this application?
well, we're basically very strongly opposed to this application because it fails to follow the official plan requirements pertaining to the character of residential neighborhoods, and because of the numerous variances related to its massing, its size. As you know, there were 4 tests under the Planning Act. The first of all is the variances requested, are they minor? All are unnecessary to accommodate a 4-bedroom house of significant size. This proposal is on a lot that is larger than the average Leaside lot. The width is almost 35 feet, whereas 30 feet is the norm. There's no need for any side yard variance. Secondly, the appropriate development of the use of the land. The massing of this proposal is too big for the site. The elevation appears to be 3 stories, comprised of an at-grade integral garage and 2 floors above it. This extra level accounts for the building height variance and the FSI variance. And then the third one is the intent and purposes of the zoning codes and bylaws. Each one of these, the extra height will look out of place on the street and destroy the streetscape. Any variance on this lot will result in a house that is significantly bigger than the neighboring homes, which are not built even to the bylaw. Fourthly, the variance needs to maintain the intent and purpose of the official plan, which says that no changes shall be made through rezoning minor variance that is not in keeping with the physical character of the neighborhood. A dwelling with 2 floors above a double integral garage is not the norm on Diverdale or in Leaside in general. It will look out of place and will destroy the uniformity of first floor and roofline heights along the street. The streetscape on Diverdale between Besborough and Hannah is made up of traditional 2-story brick homes with attached garages. The replacement homes on the surrounding blocks have peaked roofs and proportions and are made of materials compatible with the existing homes. The facade of this proposal is boxy with large expanses of glass, some of which project outwards. The roof is essentially flat with a narrow mansard perimeter skirt. This design is not compatible nor complementary to the neighborhood. Those are the comments from the Leaside Resident Association. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? There being none, we'll go on to our next speaker. I have Elizabeth Marsden. Are you there? Elizabeth Marsden, are you there? Ms. Marsden,
Hello?
are you there?
Yes.
Ms. Marsden, are you there?
I'm here.
Can I get your
Unmute
full
me,
name and
please.
address, please?
Yeah, Elizabeth Marsden, and I'm with my husband, John Spears, and we're at 447 Broadway Avenue.
Okay, please proceed. Give us your views on the application.
Well, this is John Spears. Yes, we'd like to fully endorse what the Leaside Property Residents Association says.
in its letter of April 8th. The thing I would like to add is the architect says he needs.
Sir, excuse me, who are you again?
Yeah, sorry, John Spears,
And where do you live?
447 Broadway Avenue.
Okay, so you're speaking for Ms. Marsden?
Yes, we're husband and wife.
Okay, thank you.
We both registered.
Okay, thank you.
So I would endorse what the Leaside Residents Association said. I would note that in his letter of March 15th, the architect says he needs the variance because he needs higher ceilings. Wanting higher ceilings is not a good reason to permit a developer to press right up against all the size limits and then to follow up by requesting special dispensation to exceed a well-reasoned height limit. Any benefit of this will accrue to the developer. Any harm will be suffered by neighbors who will have to live literally in the shadow of an unnecessarily bulky structure that is incompatible with the overall design of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Being none, we'll go to the next person on the list. I have a James Lee. Are you there? James Lee, are you there? James Lee, are you there?
Mr. Chair, James Lee is not present by first name, last name, nor by telephone number provided.
Thank you, Mr. Clapp. We'll go back to the agent, Mr. Nadaf. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you've heard the comments
Yes,
from the
sir.
previous speakers. If you'd like to reply.
Yes, sir, I have, and I would like to address the committee some comments which our neighbors mentioned. Firstly, I'm going back to Mr. Kettle, which was commenting on the height and the mass and having the garage integrated to the building. He mentioned that this is not the character of the neighborhood. I would like to address quite a few new development along the Divadale and the other streets in the neighborhood, which has the same character, has the integrated garage inside the building. These days, basically, the integrated garage is one of the requirements. Most people like to have it instead of having the car parked on the driveway without having the interior garage. Within the harsh weather of the Toronto, it makes sense and it's really reliable for the people who lives in this building. Also, in terms of the mass, I was asking for 0.62, just 0.2 FSI increased instead of 0.6. It's a very slight changes I've asked for. As I mentioned, it's 0.02% increase. It is very, very slight. In terms of the height, I would like you to have a look at the survey. The problem in this property, the center line of the road to the established grade has a 1 meter's height difference. That's why the building looks higher than the normal and the others. In this particular location at the Divadale, most of those, I would say 2-3 neighbors on each side has the same problem because the center line is way lower than the established grade. That's why it looks like higher than the normal or the other building which hasn't been developed or even developed along the Divadale. For Mr. Marsden comment, Mrs. Marsden comments, I have never said anything about the ceiling height which we wanted to increase and have the better ceiling height in our property. Look at the second floor height. We just have 8'6" these days. Anything less than a 9 foot, it is not acceptable by any clients. What we were asking for 8'6". Please have a look at that one, and you realize the variances we are asking, it is not major, it is very, very minors, and it is not that much to ask for. That's all.
Thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this revised application? Please note that variance number 5 has been changed. I'm sorry? I'm sorry. Please note that variance number 5 has been changed. Currently reads, the proposed height of the side exterior main walls facing a side lot line is 7.8 meters. That has been reduced from 7.8 meters to 7.5 meters. Could I get a motion on this revised application, please? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After modifying variance number 5, it becomes a minor variances, and there are no other conditions required. Therefore, I move it to be approved.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. Someone to second Mr. Khan's motion. Mr. Hunt seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Sir, your revised application has been unanimously approved without condition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. And member.
We're on
Mr. Chair, I've been advised that the agent for item number 14 is back.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. We'll go back to item number 14, which is 413 Whitmore Avenue. I have.
Hello.
Go back here and get this correct this time. We have 5 people registered. We have 5 people registered to speak. The agent, Mr. Metkarski, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Metkarski, I sincerely apologize. I didn't see on the list that we had 4 other persons registered to speak.
Yeah, it's all right. No worries.
So, yeah, it's my sincere apologies. If you could give the committee, again, the presentation so that the people who are there have the benefit of what, of your thoughts, if you'd like to proceed.
Yeah, sure. So the goal of the project was to provide enough space and good living conditions for the owners who requested this project. The house is meant to be for a big growing family, and the main challenge that we had was that the lot is not very wide, it's very narrow. Working together with the planning department, we designed a house that would do both, satisfy the needs of the people who would live in the house and suit the surrounding neighborhoods, even if some of the zoning requirements are not met. The first item on the waiver we have is about floor space index. The permitted floor space index is 0.8 and we have 0.83. Personally, in my opinion, I do not think that it's a big difference, and if we round the numbers to 1 decimal, technically it is the same number. Item number 2 is about front yard setback. The required minimum front yard setback is 5.13 meters, and the proposed is 4.49 meters. As it was mentioned before, the lot is not very wide. We didn't even meet the side yard setback requirements because of that. And as the owners need enough space for comfortable living, we made the home longer, and this is why we did not meet the front yard setback requirements. Besides that, some of the houses in this street, and actually a house on the west side on the lot, on the west side to the lot, has a setback that is even less than ours. So again, the home suits the neighborhood. Item number 3, the required side yard setback is 1.2 meters, and we have 0.31 meters. Yes, there is a big difference, but on the other hand, the existing west side yard setback is 0.29 meters, which is even less than the proposed. referring to the fact that it is meant to be a house for a big family, it should be fine that the setback is 0.31 meters. Talking about the length, the permitted length is 17 meters. The proposed is 17.38 meters. Again, we did because of the lot. The lot is not wide, and we need more space to manage the rooms and the interior spaces. Also, there was a question about the platforms. We believe that the lower platform technically is a deck. That's why we have two platforms in the backyard. Talking about the platform areas, yes, I agree. Originally, we requested too much, but we worked with the planning department and we reduced the areas. And with these numbers, I think we should be fine. And the last item is about east side yard setback. Again, the required minimum is 1.2, as I said earlier, and we have 1.11, which is very close to that. We have one letter of support from one of the neighbors, and they state that it's a good development for the neighborhood. And we also have 4 letters of objections. Most of the neighbors were concerned about shadows. One of them stated that the house would cast a shadow with the 3-5 house radius. I think it's not very real. I'm not an expert. I don't know much about shadows, but I think the 5 house radius shadow is not possible. What else? And also some of the neighbors were concerned about the length, that it would be, that because of the length of the house, it would cast more shadows again. But by law states that the allowed length is 17 meters, and we exceed that only by 38 centimeters. Yes, we exceeded, but we really need those 38 centimeters because of the inner space layouts to meet all the other requirements within the building. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Metkarski, my question is about variance number 6. Sir, your 3rd story balcony, which is on the west side, is 20 feet high. My concern is the privacy of the neighbors. And how do you address it?
Hold on. Are you talking about the west side?
Yes.
Well, again, as I said, like if you're asking about platforms, as I said, we believe that the lower platform is technically a deck, and the platform above, originally we had bigger numbers, and we were working with the planning department, and we reduced the numbers, and they said that we should be fine, and we did not get any staff report for them. Plus, on the west elevation, we do not have any openings, and if the neighbors are concerned about privacy or something else, we're fine here too.
Okay.
But sir, this balcony at 20 feet height is not allowed.
Sorry?
Mr. Khan, can you repeat your question?
Sir, I'm asking Mr. Metkarski that the balcony at the 3rd story is not allowed.
You mean it's going towards west?
Say that again?
I'm not quite sure what you're asking about the balcony. Because
I'm
the
asking,
balcony, like the balcony ends where the wall of the house ends. It doesn't
sir,
go beyond the wall.
question is very simple. Sir, I'm asking your third story balcony, which is 20 feet high. It is not allowed, and why you're having it?
Why we're having it?
Yeah.
Because we believe that it's allowed by law states that we're allowed to have only one platform in the backyard. But as I said before, the lower platform that we have, it's like we think it's a deck. It should be considered as a deck.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to the next person on the list. I have Marianne Paolucci. Are you there? Marianne Paolucci, are you there? Marianne Paolucci, are you there?
Mr. Chair, perhaps you can move on to John Cristofori.
Thank you.
Cristofori, I believe that they reside at the same address.
I thought so. John Cristofori, are you there?
I'm here.
Yes, can I get your full name and address, please?
My name is John Paul Cristofori. I live at 70 Stewart Street in Oakville, Ontario.
Okay, and who are you speaking on behalf of someone?
No, I'm not. I'm just I'm participating as an observer because I'm part owner of 413 Whitmore.
Okay,
and
all right. Go to the next person on the list. Penny Sue.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, can I get your full name and address?
Yeah, my name is Penny Sue, and I live at 419 Whitmore Avenue.
Okay, if you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application.
For sure. So, thank you for the committee chair and the members for giving me this opportunity to voice my concerns. We are the direct neighbors to the west of this property. I strongly object to the variances requested. My biggest concern really is how this proposal will greatly impact the enjoyment of my backyard. Last year, I was unemployed for most of the pandemic. So one way for me to maintain my mental health was sitting in my backyard to enjoy a cup of coffee in the morning. With the plans that they have presented, I will no longer have that morning sun, and it will likely provide permanent shade in my backyard, and it will block the sun for half the day. I won't have sun in my kitchen, nor will I have it in my living room. Not to mention, with the plans as is, I'm going to have a huge 20-foot long, 30 feet high wall with balconies, 1 feet from my backyard. I find that incredibly intrusive and disrespectful to neighboring houses. I'm also concerned, I'm a big gardener and I have lots of vegetables in my backyard, about how it's going to impact my current landscaping. We require full sun on a lot of my bushes and a lot of my plants. I have tulips, I have vegetables. We also have a huge Japanese maple that we planted over 20 years ago. And as much as I understand that they want a bigger house, it shouldn't be at the consequence to suffer from, that my backyard should suffer from this. And as you've noticed, they do not live in this neighborhood. This is not their primary residence. They have not discussed this plan with us. So, and they have actually expressed that they intend to sell this house after it's built. So then therefore, any of this impact and concerns that I'm mentioning almost seems inconsequential to them, as they won't even be living here. So I appreciate this opportunity to mention my concerns, as I feel that this plan will negatively impact the enjoyment of my backyard and the spacious open feeling that I have when I'm out there. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. I just wanted to ask, you know that there is no variance being sought for the height. The height of the building is in compliance with the bylaw.
I'm more complaining, or I have more concerns with the length. And the fact that they want to make this house bigger than it's allowed to be, taller than it's allowed to be, and wider than it's allowed to be.
Madam,
So-
there's no height variance being requested.
Okay, then I take that back. I take that back. I apologize.
And with respect to the length, he's extending it by 0.38 meters, which is just over a foot. Do you think that has that much of an impact on your property?
But the setback is only going to be 1 feet from my house and my backyard.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any
Thank you.
questions of the speaker? There being none, we'll move to the next person on our list. I have a Kevin Masters. Are you there? Kevin Masters, are you there?
Can you unmute me, please? Thank you. I'm Kevin Masters from 419 Whitmore Avenue.
Yeah, can I get your thoughts on this application, sir?
Surely, I have prepared a presentation and I hope that the committee can pull that up. It was a letter of objection. Know if they need the file number or stuff like that. Thank you for the committee for the opportunity to speak on the development proposal for 413 Whitmore. I have a lot to get through and will proceed quite quickly. However, my notes were submitted to record for the benefit of both committee and the applicant to review. I don't have an objection to this house being renovated. It's just what's being considered here is being misrepresented to the committee, and it has a lot of factual errors in their submission that I'm concerned about. So we're the directly west side neighbor of Frank who sadly passed away in 2020. The house has been vacant for over a year. The second story is wood stick frame structure with asphalt clad siding, which is a fire risk. I've spoken with the owners who do have an intent to renovate and sell. The variants that are being requested are not minor, and then some are significantly impact the enjoyment of our property. So I had a bungalow, and I was in front of the committee 2-3 years ago now, and we went from bungalow to a 3-story house. I have 0.78 FSI. So we'll see that later in here. This page that you're seeing, unfortunately, it doesn't seem that these may or may not have been reviewed by the committee just because there seemed to be no objections earlier. These are the errors in all the drawings that have been submitted. We can skip past that one. But I would ask you to probably review that before coming to a decision. On the on here, these are from the regards to the variance on the west side setbacks. These are the surveyor marks when they came in. I had my house surveyed in 2018 and they did theirs in 2020. There's significant differences there. It's kind of hard to see, but these marks don't line up with the property width that's being requested. We can move to the next page. Now, the applicant did mention a west side setback of 0.29. I'm not sure where he got this. You'll see on the left-hand side here, this is my survey that was done in 2018, and there's in 2020. The narrowest part of the west side setback is the rear of 413 of 0.41. Now, that's an extension that was done on the house at some point earlier. Don't know if it's legal or not, but that would be the absolute minimum that they're allowed there. Okay, so I'm not sure where they got the 0.31, but you can flip to the next page and you'll see that what they actually did is they reduced, the left is their old plan that they submitted and the right is a new plan. They went from 0.41 to 0.31. They narrowed the building on the 3rd floor and shifted it over towards our property. Lawful existing setback is one thing, but this is a non-compliance right now. There's also a question here. They do say it is a 2-story building, and yet we have a deck being prescribed as a 3rd story. And I have questions if this is actually a duplex or a secondary suite that they're applying for. So in our considerations, if it is a duplex, the required setback is 1.8 meters. If it is the secondary suite that's being developed, because in the basement, I should say 1st floor, but it's not actually a basement. There's a separate furnace, second parking space being allocated in the house, a full kitchen, 3-piece washroom, laundry, bedroom area, And by definition, it should be considered as a duplex with a 1.8 meter setback. We're requesting no variance be given to that one because of the shadow cast on the property, fire safety risks, and safe maintenance of the window we have on the east facing side of that. We would only consider the 0.41 setback, the existing, if the building length was kept to the current existing footprint, and then adding the increase for the front setback that's in a different variance. And then we can go to the next page here. This is in regard to the variance requests for the FSI. Under the residential category 10.5.40.40, the gross floor area of a residential building may be reduced by the floor area of the basement and the required parking spaces of the building. The parking
Sir, can you
spaces that they have.
summarize, please?
Oh, I have a lot more. So the FSI actually on here is being misrepresented because it's only 2 feet in the ground. The first floor is 9.25 feet above the property. I had to go to committee adjustment for this as well. The basement is actually the first story for it. And as such, the gross
Okay,
area.
sir, thank you.
Gross,
Thank you.
no, sir. Like, if you broke this up earlier and you haven't reviewed these, just please give me another like 30 seconds for the rest of them.
Okay, I'll give you 30 seconds. You've got to summarize.
Okay, sure. So the FSI actually being presented here is 1.13. The requested length, we deny on that one. We do support the front yard setback, and that's for the decks. The second deck, which they say is the ground floor one, is actually 2.82 meters up, 9 feet.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? We'll go back. We'll go back to the agent. Mr. Metkarski, are you there? Mr. Metkarski, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I'm back.
You've
Yeah.
heard the comments from the previous speakers. If you'd like to respond. To them,
yeah. Talking about the survey, I'm not like the surveyor, and again, I'm not like an expert. I was just provided with these numbers, and I believe that these numbers are accurate, and what we have on our drawings is good. And talking about the length, like even if we reduce the length by 38 centimeters, yeah, it's about 1 feet. We'll still have that wall because it's allowed by the zoning bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Kidd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having heard from the speakers here today, I understand their concerns with regard to this application. However, looking at the requested variance, I do find them either to be fairly modest or in keeping with the adjoining houses. I'd like to put forward a motion to accept the application subject to forestry condition.
Someone to second Mr. Kidd's motion? Ms. Sankar seconds. All those in favor? Opposed? And I will support that motion. So that motion carries. And sir, your application has been approved subject to urban forestry conditions.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. We are now back on item number 18, 291 Horsham Avenue. I have 3 people registered to speak. And the agent is a John Ramirez. Are you there, sir?
Mr.
Yes,
Chair, Mr. Chair, is it a number 17 you're talking?
Pardon me? It's item number
17?
291 Horsham Avenue.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. I have three
Yes, hi.
3 people. Mr. Ramirez, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Can I get your full name and address, please?
Yes, my name is John Ramirez. I'm the agent designer, and my full address is 371 Strawberry Crescent, Waterloo.
Okay, thank you, sir. I just note that looking through your file, we have no comments or recommended conditions from staff. But because we do have other speakers, if you could give us a brief presentation on what you see are the merits of your proposal.
Yes, of course. So we did submit our rationale for the 4 variances that we're requesting today. The variance number 3 in regards to building height was the concerning one for the neighbors adjacent to our property. I did reach out to them to speak to them directly. I had a virtual meeting with one of them. I believe it was Iris at 289 Horsham. I was able to explain why we have this variance, and the reason why we have this variance is because we're defined as a flat roof under the old bylaw. We're proposing 50% of the roof to be flat, and that complies under the new bylaw, whereas the old bylaw you require you're only allowed 25% of the roof to be flat. So to fix this issue, to comply with the old bylaw, we would have to propose a little more sloped area, which is what you're seeing now on the 3D image that we propose or we uploaded for the committee to see. You can see that it's not that big. It's not that major of a difference. The height itself is, if we were to be considered a sloped roof, be able to be built up to that height. We feel that this variance is minor. It just has to do with how it's defined. And we explained this to both neighbors. And one of the neighbors, what's her name? Thang at 293 Horsham. After I spoke to her and I showed her these images, she was okay with it, and she actually wrote a letter in to disregard or withdraw her initial concerns. But we also helped her out with the other concern that she had in regards to the fireplace jog on the west side. We did accommodate her by removing that from our plan.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Ramirez, you are addressing variance number 3, building height as minor. Sir, your maximum allowed is 8, and you are talking about 10.70. This is not minor.
If I may. So yes, as I was just explaining, that the reason why we have an 8-meter building height restriction is because we're considered a flat roof. If you look at our 3D image, you would notice that our roof it looks from the street, it's sloped. It is considered a sloped roof under the new bylaw. Under the old bylaw, it's considered a flat roof. And it has only to do with the percentage of flat portion on the roof. Like I mentioned, that red section, if I were to produce that red section on our roof, we would comply and we would get additional building height of, instead of 8 meters, it would be considered a sloped roof, and we would have a additional building height of 10 meters instead of 8.
Okay, thank you, sir. Just to be clear, though, sir, the under the new bylaw, the height of the building complies with the new bylaw 56923. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions of the speaker? We'll go to the next person on the list. I have an Iris Schkiller, Schkiler. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Can I get your full name and address, please, madam?
Iris Schkiller at 289 Horsham Avenue. I'm the neighbor on the east side of the house.
Okay, thank you. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on the application.
Yes. So we are about 4 houses that are unique to Horsham Avenue. It's 287 to 291. 293 was the last house. And they don't have a house like this to their west. And the way our houses were built is that 4 feet of my driveway belongs to my east neighbor, and the same, my 4 feet, the house on 299 has 4 feet of my driveway. Now, every house was separated by a single driveway, and we have windows on the west side of the house. I have 2 windows. Now, They're going to build there. And these windows were approved by the city. When I renovated, I replaced the old windows with new, but the space was there. So it wasn't a variance. And now what they're offering, I'm going to be facing a brick wall because their house is going to be 4 feet from my property and only 3 feet from theirs. I'm losing all the sunlight. I'm not an engineer, but I checked the angle of the sun in late April and beginning of May, and I'm losing most of the sun, at least to my dining room. And in the winter, it's going to be worse. Now, my concern is that, yes, he's saying that it's not actually 33% going taller, but my concern is that I'll have less sun. I know I cannot stop this development from happening. And yes, there are lots of new construction in the neighborhood, but they were not done on properties like the 4 houses here. And the whole idea of me having windows there was because there was about 9 feet difference between the houses. And I'm very concerned about losing the sun. Now they have a variance here, number 4, that the finished first floor height is instead of -1.50 m, it's -1.90 m. Their deck is going to be higher than my deck. I lose privacy. And if they can extend the fence, I will be, I don't mind they do it, but I do want to have some privacy in my backyard.
Okay,
That's
thank you,
it.
madam. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? I have another speaker here, Emanuela Rosianu, which appears as the owner. So the agent is speaking for the owner, so I will just go back to Mr. Ramirez. Mr. Ramirez, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Can you heard the comments from Ms. Schuyler, if you'd like to respond to them?
Yes, as I mentioned earlier, I did have a conversation with the neighbor at 289. We actually were on a virtual meeting. I was able to go in more detail and show her the actual extent of the roof that we require to obtain the 10-meter building height. As you can notice in the 3D image, it's very minor. If we were to remove variance number 3 from our requested variances, the change would not be that different. In response to variance number 4, yes, we are asking for an additional 0.4 meters, which is about a foot and a half. Again, this is from the middle, it's measured from the middle of the street. It is part of the older bylaw where it's taking it from a lower elevation of the property. Whereas under the new bylaw, we don't have this variance. We're getting measured from the front of the house where most of the newly built homes will be respecting those bylaws as they come in force fully.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Could I get a motion on this application, please? Please note that there are no recommended staff conditions or comments. Mr. Kidd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In my view, the requested variances are minor and appropriate for the neighborhood. I'd like to put forward a motion to accept the application without condition.
Thank you, Mr. Kidd. Ms. Sankar seconds. All those in favor? Opposed? Mr. Khan dissenting. Sir, your application has been approved without condition. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 19, 47 Shields Avenue. I have one person registered to speak. That's a Dominica Kawiazo-Sitko. Are you there?
Yes.
Yes, hello. Thank
Yes,
you.
I am. Could you hear me?
Yes, can I get your full name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Dominica Kowiazo-Sitko. I live at 44 Gladsmore Crescent, Toronto, M9W3Y9. Sorry, and I am applicant and designer on the project.
Okay, thank you, madam. Just looking through your file, I note that there's a report there from City Planning dated the 31st of March. They recommend that the floor space index of the dwelling, excluding the basement floor, shall be no greater than 0.69 times the area of the lot. I just wanted to ask if you've had the opportunity to read that report.
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. I noticed that the only variance before us relates to the floor space index. And is there anything that you would like to tell the committee that isn't in the material that we have before us this afternoon?
No, basically all the information was included. Just as explanation, we have a proposed floor index just lower than 69%. The existing variance, like the proposed variance is existing since the front house is on the slope and only the front elevation is a little bit lower. So just a meter deeper into the house, this variance doesn't apply. So I couldn't change anything. We just try to respect all the required bylaws, but this is existing situation.
Yes, thank you. I noted in the planning report, madam, that they indicated that the floor space index you're requesting is the result of the basement area being included in the gross floor area.
That's correct.
Yeah, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Ms. Sankar?
Yes, I accept the explanations provided by the applicant here today, and I'll put forward a motion to approve this application as is.
Subject to the city planning report? Okay.
Keeps a. No, it's not subject to city planning report. That explanation was provided by the applicant, and I accept it.
Okay, thank you. Someone to second Ms. Sankar's motion? Mr. Hunt seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Madam, your application has been unanimously approved without condition.
Thank you very much. You have a great afternoon.
Thank you. Item number 20, 138 Airdrie Road. I have 5 people registered to speak. I have the agent, Sanas Nouri. Are you there?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon.
Yes, hello. I note that just going through your file, there are some recommended conditions from Urban Forestry and Transportation Services as a report dated the 7th of April. They have no objection to your proposal. If you'd like to give us a brief presentation on what you see as the merits of your proposal.
Sure. Basically, this is a proposal to have parking space in the front of an existing 2-story dwelling. And the front yard parking is quite common in this neighborhood. If I may have the submitted supporting document on the screen. Thank you so much. As you see, walking along the Airdrie Road, there are many examples of parking on the front yard, whether on the parking pad or the driveway. Shared driveways of the existing houses are too narrow, as we all know, and it's quite difficult to use the backyard for parking. As a result, although many houses have a garage in the backyard, street parking or front yard parking is pretty common. There has been 2 letters of objection, but they're from the same address, 141 Airdrie Road, and we have 4 supporting letters from our neighbors. Many other neighbors had been also consulted, and they were in agreement, but have not submitted any written document. And to sum up, Airdrie Road is a very busy street and frequently has cars parked on both sides. The proposed application not only will benefit the owners, but also is beneficial to the neighbors, as also reflected in their letters. That is all, and I would be happy to answer any questions if there's any.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Being none, I'll go to the next person on the list. I have Kimia Mogdam, Moghdddam. Are you there?
Mr. Chair, the next two deputants appear to be owners of the subject property.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you very much, Mr. Clapp. Next person on the list, I have Georgia Anton, Anton.
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can I get your full name and address, please?
Sure. Georgia Anton. I live at 139 Airdrie Road. I live across the street from the applicant.
Okay, thank you. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and committee. Thank you for hearing my concerns, and I'm going to be brief. While I sympathize with the applicant's request to build a parking pad, they knew full well when they purchased the property that the home used a shared driveway. We have the privilege of living on this wonderful street where neighbors look out for each other and the safety of others. And my concerns relate to the safety of this proposed parking pad. The owner's proposal to build the parking pad that is only 5 meters in length versus the minimum requirement of 5.6 meters. This creates a safety hazard in my view. That difference is in fact material, especially given the average car length is 4.9 meters. In fact, the applicant's car length, their SUV, is 4.92 meters in length. This would leave only 10 centimeters for someone to squeeze between the car and walk up the steps. They have a number of steps to go to the front door. I'm pretty sure that the average adult and child is more than 10 centimeters in width, and it creates a safety hazard for visitors, for the mailman, let alone the fire department that needs entry to be able to enter a home. You can imagine that this situation becomes even more treacherous in the winter. If the applicant was so focused on building a usable parking pad, in my mind, they should have eliminated the front door and used the side door as a primary entrance to the house. We've seen that in Davisville. We've seen that in Rosedale happen before. And then they could have built a usable size parking pad in the front of the house. My second concern is really ties to the first. If you're building a parking pad that ultimately isn't usable by the average car length, you're killing soft landscaping for hardscaping that won't be used. And then you're going to end up simply parking on the street. That's it for me, and I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Being none, we'll go to the next person on the list. I have an Ann Allen. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Can I get your full name
Hello?
and address, please?
Yes, it's Anne Frances Allen, and I'm at 140 Airdrie Drive, which is, I am the person who shares the driveway with 138. And for all the years I've been living here, we have been using it as a mutual drive. And if this parking pad is permitted, I just wanted to comment that it would necessitate my also going for a permit for a parking pad, because otherwise it leaves me on the street and I have been using the driveway. So that is really my commentary, and I wanted to know what was going to happen today, because it very much impacts me. Thank you.
Okay, so madam, I just wanted to ask, just when I had a look at the property, I had the impression that mutual right-of-way, it's pretty narrow. It would be difficult to get a full-size automobile down through it. Is that correct?
You mean down to the garage? Is that what you mean? Between the two houses?
Yes, it's very narrow.
Between the two houses is possible, but it is very difficult. So it wasn't used, but it is possible to get two cars on the driveway. But you couldn't get two cars on the driveway if there was a parking pad. So my comment would be that I would have to go after a permit for a parking pad as well. If there's a parking pad there, it's only fair because it affects my property that I would have a parking pad on my side.
Well, you know, if
possibly around coming off onto the ground.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions?
Does that make sense? Am I making sense? Sorry.
No, that's fine. Does the committee have
that's
any
okay.
questions of the speaker? We'll go back to the agent. Are you there? So Naz, now
If I
are you there?
address, yes, I'm here.
You heard the comments from the previous speakers. If you'd like to reply.
Yes, sure. So first of all, as the owner of 139 Airdrie Road has mentioned, unfortunately, the bylaw doesn't allow the main entrance of the building to be from the side yard. And also regarding the hazard it's gonna make, basically the transportation, we're in support. They have reviewed this application and they have mentioned that this will cause no technical issue as any hazard that may happen. Also, regarding the concerns of our next door neighbor, we have been in consultation with her from the beginning of the process, but regarding her concern right now, we are not basically touching anything on the mutual driveway, so she still can use her driveway to go to backyard and use her own garage. And there's no need for her to apply for a parking pad. If she wants to do that, well, she also has to apply to the committee of adjustment. But we are not imposing any effect on her driveway, because it's on the mutual driveway. So I guess that's it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are two variances in front of us, and both are related to transport services, and both have no objections. So I find it that these are minor variances, therefore the application be approved, subject to forestry conditions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Khan. Ms. Sankar seconds that. All those in favor? The motion carries unanimously. Madam, your application's been unanimously approved, subject to urban forestry conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Have a good afternoon.
Item number 2146 Valentine Drive. I have one person registered to speak, which is the applicant. Is Mr. Chuan Lang there? L-I-A-N-G.
Yeah.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can
Oh,
you
I'm
hear me?
sorry, madam. Could I get your full name and address, please?
My name is Chuan Liang, and 106 Thomas Foster Street, Markham.
Okay, thank you, madam. I just note that the only comments we have from staff on your application are a report from Urban Forestry dated the 6th of April, but they have no objections to your application and no recommended conditions. And there's no other staff comments. It's pretty clear what you're asking for in the two variances you have before us. I'll just ask, is there anything that you'd like to tell the committee that isn't in the material we have before us today?
No other
Okay,
comments.
thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The application is straightforward and simple and minor variances. I will move the application be approved.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. Someone to second that? Mr. Hunt seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Madam, your application has been unanimously approved without condition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Have a good
you.
afternoon.
Item number 22 we've dealt with. Item number 23, 28 Killdeer Crescent. I have 3 people registered to speak. And I have the agent, the applicant, Ravi Patel. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you. Sir, I just wanted to ask, I note that there are, we have no recommended comments or conditions from staff, so if you'd like to make a brief presentation on what you see as the merits of your application.
Sure, sir. We have a Mr. Rob available here, who is the owner of the house, and he would like to make a presentation and
Well, no,
explanation
sir.
on the.
Sir, just one or the other makes the presentation. We don't hear from both. So who's making the presentation?
Only Mr. Rob.
Okay, then
He's registered and he's here.
okay, if he's the one making the presentation, then he has to answer the questions too.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Nicolucci, are you there?
I
Roberto Nicolucci.
think he is muted.
Oh,
Mr.
can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Ravi, just tell him I'm muted. I can't.
Mr. Nicolucci, are you there?
Sir, I think Mr. Nicolucci is muted.
I am trying to unmute. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, wonderful. Sorry about that. I'm having some technical challenges here. Sorry, my name is Rob Nicolucci. I'm the owner of 28 Killdeer. I'm also the principal of SRN Architects and RN Design. The brief presentation is, I think, needed just to understand how this came about. The image on screen, do we have an image? Wonderful, thank you. So that's the rear of the home. I just wanted to show you the construction status of it and explain how it's come about. So if you go to the next slide, please. So the top is the old second floor. There was always a canopy being cantilevered out there in the original plan, the original permit drawings. What ended up happening is what you're looking at is the bottom drawing is the current condition, and I'll explain how that came about. Can you go to the next slide for me? Thank you. Oh, actually, this isn't a good slide. So the windows on the house, I'll tell you how this happened. So we had the house engineered to cantilever a beam out the wall to support that canopy, the original canopy on the original drawings. After construction and after installation of the windows, the engineer and I had a discussion that I don't think he admitted that he didn't use the right type of window weight to when he sized the cantilevered members of that canopy. So we ended up coming up with a solution. The only solution we come up with, because we couldn't replace the windows and they were installed, it was to come up with a canopy detail that went straight across to the outside wall of the second floor balcony, which is you'll see columns on the, this is the drawing on the top right. And to create out of that canopy looked a little oversized, so we created a balcony of the master bedroom. Never was the intent, but structurally it became the most logical architectural solution for us. So this is how that structure came about. Upon inspection, we told the inspector that we were actually submitting for a revised permit and to the committee of adjustment. So nothing has moved on that since the actual construction. It was done because I didn't have another choice other than to expand the canopy without ripping apart the house, the back end of that corner of the house. So that's why that was done. Can I have the next slide, please? I understand that I've seen the letters from my neighbors, and I do understand their concern. So I decided to take some photographs of what is actually visible from my balcony. So I stepped outside. The one on the right is interesting. So this is taken from the same perspective from two different spots. The one on the left side is from inside my house. I have a window on the side. That's why I had the cantilever. There's a window on the side of my house. That is the perspective I get from inside my house. The one on the right is from the balcony. This was taken a month ago, before the original date of the C of A. Now this shows no leaves on the trees. This shows my backyard, my direct neighbor's backyard. Plus, if you can see 2 doors down, because I'm aware that all 3 neighbors have objected to privacy. So
This is directly beside the balcony itself. Next photo, please. I've taken more photos. That is the neighboring house. Now, there was claims that I would be able to look inside their home from my balcony. Under no way, that's a pretty dense tree, and the tree beside it was gonna get its leaves eventually. So I can't see inside anybody's house, nor can I actually peer down on their living space any more than I could from my second floor walkout balcony. So we looked at it as an option. We look at it as we're not trying to invade anybody's privacy, but we also don't believe that we are invading privacy. There were some other claims made as far as what that could be used, this area could be used for. We're not a frat house, so we won't be throwing beer bottles and cigarette butts onto our neighbor's property. We're not trying to cause any harm to anybody on this. This was a structural architectural solution to a problem. Is there another photo? I can't remember. Sorry?
Thank you, sir. Does the
Yeah,
committee-
so that's sorry, that's how it played out.
Okay, sir, thank you. Does the committee
Yeah.
have any questions of the speaker? Being none, we'll go to our next speakers on the list. I have a Ron or Linda Miller. Are you there? Ron or Linda?
Yes, we're here.
Yes, can I get your full name?
Yes,
and
we are
address,
here.
please?
Yeah, it's Ron and Linda Miller at 30 Killdeer Crescent.
Okay, thank you, sir. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application?
Yes, we would. Maybe I'll start off and maybe my wife will come in at some points. The owners or their agents apparently failed to take proper account of the weight of their windows, which include metal frames, which was mentioned by Rob Nicolucci. To fix this problem, they added some I-beams plus a new second floor wraparound balcony, as you've seen pictures of just today, and we've enclosed some pictures in our written submission. The addition of this balcony is clearly not necessary to solve any weight problem. They probably needed some I-beams, but they didn't need to put a balcony on. Why should we be unreasonably oppressed by the addition of a completely unnecessary balcony, which was added gratuitously as part of their version of a possible solution to their window weight problem? This is certainly not a minor variance. The proposed balcony has a size 260% of what's allowed and is out of character for the neighborhood. Although only 3 letters of objection were filed, other neighbors to whom we have talked were also opposed. The addition of this balcony is a severe encumbrance to our enjoyment of our property. Its use will invade our privacy. And I noticed that the pictures that Mr. Nicolucci supplied were a bit selective. They looked there's a sort of a missing picture in the middle that looks into all our windows. He didn't take that picture. He took one that was out towards the street and one that was towards the middle of the backyard, but he didn't take one that leads down to our bathroom windows, our den windows, our bedroom windows. That he just didn't bother doing. So I think that's a little bit slippery. The use of this balcony will disrupt the enjoyable visits of many birds that we've had over the years. They come to the trees that you saw in some of those pictures. And I guess when people are out on those balconies, they're not going to come anymore, I suspect, and roost in the trees. They threaten the personal safety of us and our guests, and they threaten damages to our trees and other property. We are quite concerned about these last couple of points. The things that have gone on since construction started have not led us to believe that things will likely work out well if this balcony, especially the wraparound part of it, is permitted. We've been left to deal with broken glass a number of times, litter that originates from the construction site. At the beginning of the build, they came into our backyard and used our water without permission, and contrary to the recommendation of their own forestry consultant, they drove heavy equipment into the tree protection zone of 2 of our backyard trees without putting down any horizontal hoarding. Now, and also contrary to the recommendations of their forestry consultant, they have removed the rear protective fencing, driven over and parked heavy equipment in and stored supplies in the tree protection zones of 2 of our other backyard trees, plus the tree protection zones of 2 butternut trees, which are protected under the Endangered Species Act. Recently, they started digging out their swimming pool, and they initially brought in an oversized Bobcat tank tread backhoe for excavation, when a smaller one would have done the job without having to remove the fence dividing the 2 lots and running the Bobcat over our cement walkway.
Sir, can you confine yourself to the matters in the application?
Yes, okay.
Can you concentrate on the minor variance he's requesting?
This is Linda Miller. I'm the wife of Ron at 30 Killdeer Crescent. And I just want to say that I only became aware of the balcony when it was originally being constructed. I wasn't concerned about it, but it was constructed in the middle of the winter time when the trees are not there. And I was getting out of my shower and I noticed the young man there had direct sight line into my shower. So if this balcony is built and anybody is in the shower in the wintertime at all to shovel the snow or whatever, first of all, the snow gets shoveled onto our lot or could blow onto our lot. But secondly, any person there, I am not able to shower or bathe. I mean, we've been lucky that we don't have to put window curtains on that window, which has been suggested would be the right solution. And if they'd stop the balcony in line with the house, it may not have been an issue. But this is very close to the property line, and it gives them a direct sight line into our yard and our house. It's a total invasion of privacy, in spite of what the pictures he's selectively taken show. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, we'll go back to Mr. Nicolucci. Are you there? Mr. Nicolucci, are you there? Mr.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, you heard.
Yes,
the
I'm sorry.
comments
I just came off mute.
You've heard the comments from the Millers. If you'd like to respond to them, please.
I would like to respond, and I'm collecting my thoughts because I've stood on the balcony, and I've had many conversations with Linda since we started construction, and just to address that, her husband's comments, any and all concerns that were brought up by Linda were addressed immediately. We are trying to be good construction neighbors. I stood on that balcony after Linda told me there was a concern by her, and I looked around, and the photos I took directly relate to the back of the view that I have to the back of their house. I actually have a better view into their property and into their house from an existing approved balcony that I have off my ground floor. This is a walkout basement. So I have a concrete balcony off the back of the house that I can look right into their property if I chose to. It's not part of what I'm interested in doing. The balcony wraparound was done because structurally I didn't have a choice other than put those I-beams to an existing wall below that was there to support the load. Believe me, I'm not trying to overbuild or I had this in mind originally, I did not. This is purely in response to a structural problem. And I apologize if this makes my neighbor uncomfortable, but I don't see how I have any view corridor at all. I can look to the front of the house. Because of the wraparound, I can look up the side of my house and the side of their house right to Killdeer Crescent because it is wraparound, but I cannot see any window. And you can see the original photo that I took from the back of the house on the first slide. Their house is properly covered. I can see their backyard as much as they can see my backyard from their elevated porch. Now, I understand the perspective and the concerns, and I will address how that however I can address those concerns. I just don't know what they are right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Ms. Sankar?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Upon looking at it, it might seem minor, but hearing the concerns of the neighbors, seeing the photos and interpreting this myself, I don't believe that this is minor at all. And so for that reason, I'm motioning to refuse this application.
Someone to second Ms. Sankar's motion? Mr. Hunt seconds. All those in favor? Yep. That motion carries unanimously. Sir, your application has been unanimously refused. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, that ends our morning session. We have, with regards to our afternoon session, committee members, we have a lot of deputations. So how long would you like to take for lunch? An hour? Half hour?